Didn't intend that. Well, that's not the worst thing that could have happened, Jerry.
Yeah.
A lot happening with this shot. You got the intended 2. Made the 1 in the corner as well, but where the 9 finished, it gives him a chance at a 3-9-6 combination. Again, a lot happening here. And the 9 got it in. Hello, Shane Van Boning. Come on down.
I'm so excited, they're kicking over the Astros. Brilliant shot.
Played it.
That was deliberate.
Yeah.
Try to shoot it, man. You know what? He feels like he can't do anything wrong shooting this shot. If he makes this, they should howl. This is great. Nah.
But maybe
he
just maybe he can do it.
首先的这个4号做5号就让我们感觉到不大对劲，还好打进哦，哎呦啊，有没有吊球嘞？10岁来了，
眼睛里面露出了希望。
Settle down, please.
剁杆，哇，这小心会不会洗底带嘞？剁杆，哎呦，打进，这个是打得让人心惊胆跳，
又开始念念有词了。
I cannot see Efren getting a legal shot here.
Well, there's a tiny gap here between the 7 and the rail. If we could find a way to get in there.
Yeah, that's a hard gap to get to.
Yeah.
How about hitting the point?
Taking your chances.
You know what? He might be doing that. I think you made the right call.
Got it.
Wow.
Legal shot. You called it, B-boy, and Efren executed it.
的机会，
很简单。
对，
就算点有点不准啊，这个6号球还能在这儿给你校正一下。
对。啊，应该是这样选择的。好球。
有了，2号传进9号，这样雷耶斯啊也是非常轻松的赢得了第9局的胜利。现在比分是变成了6比3。看来老将啊有实力，而且还有运气。
嗯。
现在。
Yeah, well, I know I see your script. You stuff in hate. This guy was always.
That we practice. Oh, you know, stuff like that will be, you know, it's so entertaining.
We're going to have to get a replay on that shot. We're going to have to get a replay on that.
And moved around a little bit, but then he got down. He didn't shoot his natural rhythm. He got down. He took too much time. Instead, he should have got up again.
Somebody in the audience maybe.
Oh well, it's something could have happened.
Shoot? I didn't notice.
Well, something could have happened.
Because that, of course, can take your eye right off the shot and make you miss a shot like that.
Look at this. Look at this.
Played both. He played both. He played. If he misses the bank, he gets the 9 ball anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Nicht drauf kommen.
Nee, ich auch nicht. Ich weiß auch gar nicht, ob es notwendig war. Habe ich jetzt gar nicht geguckt vor einem Stoß.
Ja, weil wir hätten ja noch die anderen Kugeln betrachten können, an welcher Stelle eine Gelegenheit gewesen wäre.
Ja, da gibt es mal 2 Vollmann. Ja, ja, das ist halt das Schlimme. Er hat den Ball jetzt natürlich reingeschossen.
The 4 right next to the 1, it's going to be real difficult. I think he might be able to draw straight back and get an angle on that 2 ball. The 2 ball's all the way down there on the end rail. It's real hard to move the cue ball around with that. That 4 is blocking him.
Sure is, and Efren's the master of creativity, but this is really going to test him here. He also has impeccable shot selection. He chooses the shot that offers the best opportunity. He's kind of slightly elevating, so he's going to bounce over the 4 ball with left-hand English, Jay. You see the action on the cue ball?
Talk about master.
You see how easy he made that look? And he keeps talking to himself in the crowd. Oh, wow. Cute. Wow, and that shot could really send him over the edge.
Seen anything like it before.
You can do that if you want to, yeah. That's fine. Again, fine.
Alex Pagulayan offers his hand in concession.
Yeah, again, you conceded, yeah. You want.
The match is over. Shaw doesn't need.
细腻，但是他就是有这个冲劲啊，打球有这个冲劲，什么都不怕。哎。嘿嘿，球做得太直了，结果他想要来打一个这个先碰颗星啊，让母球可以滚出来，结果我们看到他的打点。
Into the quarterfinals. No, you're kidding. You're kidding.
I said the only thing that could prevent the Canadians winning was the onset of pressure.
Oh God, there you go.
Hey everybody, what's up?
Why am I wearing the pink stuff?
Okay, today on Road Player, Michael just discovered an app to specifically define colors, which makes my designer life very happy. Let's say
it's a bunch of random words that doesn't mean anything to me.
No, it's letters and numbers.
No,
it's a hex
I'm saying
code.
no, it's not the hex code. Hex, I'm fine with that. I don't know the difference between antique white and.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's useless.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. Tried to be helpful. All right, who's here? Let's see. Ray's here. Johnny Brady here. Kevin O'Neill. Bow, 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 bow.
All right, boys. What are we doing for special rules? Anything exciting?
The 9 doesn't count. The bottom 3 corners on a break.
Okay. Call 9. Oh, call 9? Okay.
Here's the rules.
So we're calling a 9 using a template rack. 9 ball does not count on the break in the bottom 2 pockets only. 3 foul in effect.
Question?
3 foul in effect. By the way, I was having a discussion with somebody else about a wonderful drinking game.
Oh, what is that? Oh,
Speaking
wait.
of colors.
Cheers.
Oh, cheers.
Clink.
Speaking of colors, we're supposed to drink.
Oh, I forgot. I don't even know how to do this.
It's very complicated. Seeing that I have problems with colors, identifying balls,
Oh,
can
yes.
make a drinking game every time I call a ball a wrong ball.
You haven't done that in a very long time.
I did on the last stream, like twice at least.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Will Osborne, like the stream. Whoop, whoop. Thanks, buddy. I'm assuming you're here. So, hey, how's it going?
Folks, we got Robert Buoniconti.
Is that how you say it?
Yes, Buoniconti.
I didn't know how to say it.
And Joe
Patterson.
Joe won the break, or won the flips. He breaks first. Makes ball on the break. The weird side pocket. Making a ball and side pocket off the pattern rack. Template rack. Not pattern. Template rack, so usually you'll find the wing ball. One of the wing balls going in the corner pocket. Apparently we are live at Q's Billiards in Marietta.
Marietta.
We have a tournament on tonight. You guys enjoy that tournament. You guys we'll try to be entertaining while you're waiting between matches.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
They probably can't hear us, though. So
Oh,
that's
man.
wonderful.
Should we add subtitles? Actually, on Facebook,
Closed
it does
caption.
show subtitles if you turn it on.
We need to
Fun
get-
fact. If you want to know that. Welcome, Scott.
All right. Joe making a nice stroke on the first shot on the 2-1 ball. Gets a little bit quick on the 2. Leaves it pretty tough for Robert here. The boys are about to learn why you put earbuds in.
Yeah, we're kind of loud in
Robert-
here.
Yeah. Robert's got his on already. Joe is putting his now.
Usually it's pretty loud in here actually because of that dehydrator. Not dehydrator. What's it called? Dehumidifier. Well, it does the same thing, except it doesn't cook us, I guess.
So what dehumidifying does, it cooks us?
No, a dehydrator. You know,
Oh.
like a machine dehydrator.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like, yeah, you know what I mean.
So Robert plays a nice safety on the 2 ball. Forces Joe to kick. Makes a really nice kick.
Ooh, just barely.
But does leave him a pretty good shot on 2. I'm really curious with these two guys. Joe seems to have a demeanor that is so relaxed anyway. I mean, that I'm not sure the nerves are going to play as big a part into this as a lot of other people. And I don't see Robert being all that tense right now either. He seems pretty relaxed. So maybe we'll see a switcher beginning.
He did seem really relaxed. Usually when people come down for stream, you can tell their shoulders are kind of tense. He's just like, hey, how's it going? Yeah, cool, I'm here.
There's a possibility that Robert has certain relaxation aids also, certain things too.
Yes, a pre-match routine.
So I have no idea what it is.
What
I'm just
could it
saying
be?
that people have certain styles of helping them relax before a match. Certain methods. Oh, that's a nice jump. Oh, and a bank.
Nice.
Very pretty.
Very nice.
Yes. This is looking to be a good early start for the night. By the way, this is a milestone for a road player.
He's calling the 9 in the corner. It is
Yeah.
a milestone for a road player.
I was talking about.
Yes.
Yes.
If you look up here, Salado.
Right there. Yes. Don't
E.T.
touch me.
Phone home. Don't touch. Not touchy.
Bad touch.
Yes, we're I don't know what the right word is, but we're inputting matches into Salado if you're interested. That'll help you get a Fargo rate and get just barely get established. And you can do that all through Salado. If you guys aren't familiar with what Salado is, I'm just going to do a quick blurb about it so
Absolutely.
everybody knows. It's an app where you go play pool and you set up your match with another player, obviously, and you go to a host. We are now a S02 host. You can go play at a host location, play other people right here on Road Player, and you can get Fargo rated, and that will help you go and play in more tournaments. Oh, dang it.
Man, he had a nice stroke. Stayed down well, too, and just didn't create the angle he needed to create on that shot.
Dang. Yeah, it'll help you go. You can go to tournaments, get your rating is a little bit more accurate, and you can get a better sense of your skill ability compared to other skill abilities. You can check them out at www.S02.app, and they work with Fargo rate, and you can Google search Fargo rate, and anybody can search you. You can search for Michael Rollator, whoever that might be, not this guy, on Fargo rate, and you can search Janice Thompson for Fargo rate. Whoop whoop. Hold on. I gotta find it.
So yeah, it's a good way to establish yourself, give a good reason to play strong players, see how you do against them. The other thing that's nice is as you get Fargo rate, it's not as big here in Atlanta, but other cities, hopefully it will get bigger in Atlanta, but
that's our goal.
Other cities, I have seen a lot of people who match up gambling based on their Fargos. So that it gets rid of all the politics and all the I beat him, you lost to him, all that discussion, and just say, hey, I'm a 425.
They'll give you depending on, I think they put it spicy levels.
Right, yeah, there's three levels of hotness. So however hot you want that set. But yeah, hopefully more tournaments around here will start using Fargo rating also. So
in addition,
because I've always liked. Fargo rate's by no means perfect. It's imperfect as any system, but at least it's something that maintains itself as being consistent universally. So if you go anywhere else in the world and you find their Fargo, yours, you have an idea on how things are going to be matching up. So.
And does anybody in the chat? Does anybody here have a Fargo? Are you guys looking for one? Let us know. Everybody's kind of quiet today.
It's a
coming in hot.
Cold day.
It is cold.
I'm expecting some good pull though. That's a nice little touch shot by Robert. Good full table touch shot. So, by the way, Fargo, it's based on the number of games you play. So each game you play has what they call their robustness. A lot of times you have to get over 200 games recorded to show that you're an established player. Some tournaments won't allow you to even play in tournaments unless you have a 200 robustness. So if you do have a Fargo rating that's low, this is a great way to get your robustness up.
Definitely. And if you're already here playing on stream, you can get that up here. I'm going to search for mine. I don't think I have 200. What's up, Kane?
Welcome to the stream.
All right, let's see. Search.
Is the polls up? Are the polls up and running?
Nope.
Oh, we need to get some polls up.
What?
See you guys like.
I spelled my own name wrong. Okay.
It happens. That's what the grape juice does.
Oh my gosh, 284. That's crazy.
She is established.
I can't believe it.
So speaking of which, if you guys go on the stream, you guys play S02, which you get some goodies also.
We got some swaggerifics.
Got some swag.
I guess it's called a pool towel, a Q towel. What is it?
I believe we call it a hand towel, but yeah, that's fine too.
A hand towel?
Well,
do people use it on their hands though?
I hope that's the only place they use them. Yeah.
Well, I thought that people used it on their cues to wipe it off. I obviously don't have a hand towel. I feel like that's pretty. I don't even know what it's called.
Don't you? Oh, we got a little bridge work here. It's a tight cut. It's makeable though. Got a little excited. Pulled back on a stroke a little bit on that. It's tough to stay down sometimes. Always tell people, and me included right now, gotta do some bridge work. Gotta do some bridge work. If you guys are trying to make yourself better, you have got to learn how to use the bridge properly. John is doing some technical stuff in the background.
Yes. filling up his drink.
Yes.
Very technical. It actually requires a professional touch.
All right, so Kane is up here. He's trying to get some side action. If you guys are up for a little side action here.
Ah, I found the pole.
Joe goes 3 rails, side pocket.
Dave!
Dave is in here. I believe we're going to see we might see a little safety in the future here. Both players have their earbuds in, so I doubt they can hear me. I would certainly be, he may be contemplating a bank. He's looking at the side pocket cut. Looking at his options, I personally like just rolling that cue ball right behind the 9 ball, send the 8 ball up to the rail. I have, my game has improved enough to this point that I think I can get out with 2 balls with ball in hand. If anybody wants to gamble me the 2 ball ghost, I will try. He goes for the, he goes more offensive, goes much more aggressive. Plays the bank, ends up going 2 rails. This is 2 shots in a row that went a little bit more unorthodox. David, how you doing today? David is
I think Michael's doing great. Any day that he's doing something with pool is a great day. Right?
Ooh, that's a nice cut in the side. Very pretty. Nice speed.
Very nice.
So, 2 shots of, shall we say, a bit unorthodox. Comes through.
The score is
Joe
now
at 2.
We are also sponsored by My Pool Shop. Yours truly.
Is it called My Pool Shop?
Yes. Despite your...
I did not know. I did not have a pool shop. My Pool Shop.
Yeah. Follow at My Pool Shop on TikTok and YouTube.
Oh my goodness.
Or at That's My Pool Shop on Facebook and Instagram. TikTok is the best though. Follow me there. I do key repair. I am My Pool Shop.
It is called My Pool Shop?
It is.
Oh my goodness.
It's got a logo and everything. See,
Wow.
if you look up here. Boop, boop, boop.
Right there. Right there, folks.
Right there. We're number 1. Tip replacement, ferrule replacement, and fixing mushrooming. Don't take the risk and do it yourself. Bring it to My Pool Shop. I'll do it. Oh my gosh, it's John Absher, everybody. How is he running the stream and commenting? Crazy.
Well, it's a dry break off the template rack. Hitting it pretty firm. It's going to be interesting to see how the template rack comes into play today. Typically speaking, most players are going to play a little bit softer. When using a template, it gives you a better chance of pocketing one of the wing balls in the corner. So
Really?
Yeah.
I would have thought you'd have to go harder for some reason.
A lot of times when you go harder, it'll actually throw it out of the line a little bit. So Robert tries a little bank, tries a combination, comes up a little short, gets a little tight, and leaves a pretty easy shot on the 1.
I want to say hey everybody to YouTube. I don't know if anybody's out there watching, or if you're commenting and we're not seeing it, but welcome YouTube everybody. Let's see. Woo.
Joe comes out with a pretty strong shot on the 1, brings the cue ball down pretty far for the 2. I'm not sure what the idea was though.
Yeah, it's kind of stuck in the no man's land
It's kind of in
almost.
the briar patch there. I think a safety would be okay. So Joe does know how to play a safe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure
I don't
if
know if
Robert
you
can
might
see
be able
that.
to see it.
I'm not sure he can see that. I don't believe he can see the edge of it.
See what he's looking at.
Yeah, well, it looks like he can. Looks like he can just skim it. Yep.
Yes.
Oh, actually, he can see enough of to pocket it.
It did not look that way over here.
So Robert's going to play a combo, which, if he can hit the combo at right speed, hold a 3 in front of the pocket, this actually is turning into a fairly easy run out. But that 7 ball is a pretty big ball right now. That pocket's it's situated where that it's not the easiest to hold the 3 to give yourself an easy shot on the 3. Apparently he's slightly hooked, so he's just going to do a little bitty hop.
Thanks, John Absher, for the share.
I'm curious if just twisting it might be the way of going.
Ooh. Almost.
And he actually got lucky not to pocket the 7 ball.
Yeah, he kind of got stuck.
Yeah. Still not sure, just doing a little massé, just to twist the ball around the 9 would have been a better shot. A little bit more controlled. Anytime you're jumping, you're adding a lot of energy and taking away some of your, unless you really practice it, taking away a lot of your accuracy. As far as controlling the balls, you can pocket it, but it's really hard to control the balls afterwards. Joe makes a good hit and returns the favor to Robert. Didn't hook him, but he's not going to be able to play the combination without jumping again. Might be able to bank the 3, come up for the 4. Or he's going to thin it, try to make the 7 that way. And once again, he puts it right back on Joe. Joe does spin around. He is going to not quite get the rail. So with ball in hand, and the ball is laid out fairly easy. We want to see if Robert doesn't get on the board. So what are you guys doing out there on this cool evening?
Cool, being cool cats watching Road Player. What? Hey, Thomas Morgan. I heard it's really warm where you're at. How's it going?
Yes. Say it's a cold evening, and then somebody in a warm climate decides to show up. That's how that works.
We're like, oh, that's me. Definitely warm where I am. Alright guys, if you're on Facebook, we put the poll up of who you think is going to win tonight. It's pretty early on. Once we get closer, this is a race to 25. So, race to 25. Once it gets closer on, we'll put the results out. And we'll see if we get close and what you guys think.
It's a nice shot. That's a very confident shot. A lot of players probably ease that in since the 7 was a duck. I like good, solid, confident strokes like that.
See, so. Thomas says high will be -2 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh my gosh.
Sure it's not Celsius?
I don't know. Thomas, is that Celsius or Fahrenheit? Who would report Celsius?
People from Canada.
He's not in Canada.
People from Canada.
Is he in Canada?
No, but maybe he grew up Canadian, and he never got rid of that.
Wow, he just told us to F.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You F.
It's very rude.
Wow.
There's a family string here. We don't use that kind of language here.
All right, he calls a 9.
He calls a 9. He's going to try and play a little 2A shot. I like hitting it softer though, so you can hold a 9 from the pocket that doesn't go.
And he makes it.
Make it. Yeah, make
man.
it. That puts Joe at 3.
The 3.
So back to the Slotto, and if you want to build your Fargo, get your robustness in. This is a great opportunity to, especially these long races. So say a race to 25 can easily get you 40 games in.
Yes.
So if you get 40 game robustness, I mean, 5 of these streams get you where you need to be as far as being established.
That's true if you play a pretty tight race. Hey, Buck, how's it going? Buck signed up for another stream.
Buck. Welcome, Buck. Yeah, so it's a great way if you don't have a opportunity to play in a BCA league or Fargo rated tournaments. This is a great way to get yourself established.
It totally is. That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
We haven't seen very many races that haven't been close. Most races we see are pretty close.
Most of them are pretty close. That's true.
So you'll definitely get enough games in doing this.
The other thing too is that it'll actually, like Michael said earlier, it'll be a lot easier to play other people because you'll know a more true rating and a more accurate rating of how good somebody is. Figuring out a good match for you.
Of course, the more different people you play, the more accurate your Fargo will end up being.
Mm-hmm. The wide
Playing people
variety.
different skill levels.
Well, before Thomas told us to go F, he says he's going to be home next Friday. So all the pool players in Georgia area, careful. Thomas Morgan's coming back home.
There'll be room for action.
Yes. Oh, that's weird.
Get a little undercut. Really trying a lot to try to get on that 2-ball.
I don't know
So,
what this is.
assuming the 1-ball goes.
What's up, OB432? No, this is so exciting, Michael. We were talking last week, and we said, man, we just don't have any Twitch people, like never. And literally like 20 minutes later, OB432 is in England. Shows up, and we're like, no, it's probably just a bot. No, it's a person. I'm a real boy. I know, Thomas, I'm just giving you crap.
So, do you know what part of England OB is?
OB? I think he or she, I don't know, said London.
London.
Maybe. I don't know.
So, keeping up with all the ultimate pool out there.
Ultimate pool.
Playing a bit of, I don't know if they call it black ball anymore or not, or if they call it 8-ball, even though it's a straight ball. Pool is very interesting in London or in England. I mean, coming from
Is it?
Coming from over here.
Like, what's the difference?
Well,
Do they play on the right side of the table? Just kidding.
You don't have striped solids. You have 2 different color balls, sets of balls. There's no numbers except for the 8-ball.
Oh, interesting. It's kind of like, what's that game, 3 cushion?
Well, it's closer to snooker, but as far as balls and not having numbers, having different colors, bright colors, snooker or 3 cushion is sort of ball design, but yeah.
Oh. I'm thinking of one game that's like got red balls and yellow balls. Or that's 3 ball.
I mean, that very well may be what I'm talking about.
Uh-oh. Hey, Will, how's it going?
And of course, I expect some person of the OnlyFans team to make some comment like that.
Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy's asking, how do I get in on this? Are you looking for a match, Jimmy? European 8-ball.
Yeah,
Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
No, I'm answering him.
Right now, yeah.
Oh, okay. Obi, we have hosted tournaments in the past, and we stopped doing that maybe like 6 months ago. And then we also have stream tournaments before, and we're thinking about maybe doing that again. Mm-hmm. It's quite a production to just get this up and running. So being on the road, I know it's called Road Player, but being on the road and setting it up it's a lot.
It's always thought Road Player describe the people that come here.
Yes, it does not describe us. Yes.
It's like, hey, here.
Even though you guys do travel on the road quite a bit, I would say.
Well, the fact is, if you're playing here, nobody plays out of here. So everybody comes here as technically a road player to come here to play.
True.
So, but yeah, they've done tournaments at other pool rooms. It's hosted big tournaments and.
Gerard, they are playing for $250 today. $250. Huh? Oh, big old 500.
They've each put in $250.
That's what I meant. So I actually made the poster is incorrect. Sorry, everybody. I lied.
So the total pool today is 500, officially.
Total pool.
Officially.
Yeah, no problem.
There may be some side stuff going on. Speaking of which, I know it's early. Joe's up 3-0, but if you guys want to discuss ideas of business opportunities with each other. That's up to you guys. We have nothing to do with that. Oh,
no.
Robert is just struggling right now.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well.
All right.
Yeah, I think as soon as whatever is going on with Robert, as soon as he gets past his hump, we're going to see something close.
All right, guys, I'm signing off. Bye, Michael.
Yeah, I'm leaving too, then. Who cares? I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
want to be part of this.
Laters. I'm just kidding. John's coming up. Everybody drum roll, John.
Yay.
All right. Jimmy, I'll get you a link here in a second. Get in there, Tiger.
Woods. Tiger Woods.
No, no Tiger Woods.
So there is a web page, a web zone you can go to.
It's an app.
It's an app on a web zone.
Kind of app on a web zone.
Do you not go to a web zone to see the app? Can you?
Is it on the line? On the interwebs? Hi, everybody. How's it going? Hey, Michael.
Oh.
It's good to see you again.
Thomas says he can sneak in for a match while he's here.
If we have openings, man, it'd be awesome to see you play again.
Yeah.
Our calendar's kind of full right now, but we might be able to work something out, maybe. You'd have to get with Nisi.
Oh, that old con job. Oh, I don't know. We're looking really full, but all these other things are sold out. But I might be able to sneak you in.
We might be able to, for real. But it's just, we had to check because we already, like, scheduled a lot of matches. It's like Robert's having a little bit of a tough start here.
Yeah, Robert's coming off a little slow. He's a little bit in his own head right now.
That's what it looked like. A couple of 9 balls.
Yeah, if anybody's played with Robert, I've played with Robert a lot. So I know his game pretty well. I've played with Joe probably once or twice in a tournament. I would say in LJ.
Where'd you meet Robert at?
Joe is called a push. Robert is he's somewhat local. He's around. He doesn't play as much anymore, or he's not really around as much anymore. But you would see him. I think he's from. I want to say somewhere in the East Gwinnett area. So say I could be wrong, but I always associate him as like Snellville type area.
Yeah, I think I actually went over to his house one day. I bought a cue from him. I think you're right. He's over in the Gwinnett area.
Yeah.
I don't know where he plays at though. I think does he play out of Mr. Q's?
I've seen him at Mr. Q's. He's like me. He plays in just different places.
Oh, okay.
I think he's played at Legends. I think he's played in the tournament over in Marietta. He's one of those guys that gets around different places. But I'm not sure he even has a home room that he would consider a home room.
Where's Legends at?
Legends is out in Snellville. It's a four pool tables, 4 7-foot diamonds, mainly a bar. It was put together. I don't remember the man's name. Unfortunately, I feel bad, but he's a pool player who loves the game and just wanted to have a nice little pool room for himself. So it's a sort of a neighborhood type pool room / bar. It's half of it's bar, restaurant. The other half is for 7-foot diamonds. They do tournaments. I believe Saturday nights over there.
Saturday nights?
I believe so.
Man, if I have a Saturday night off, maybe I'll have to go check it out one day, see what it's like.
Yeah, it's a small hike from this area, but it's, you get some good players there.
Everybody on the stream has to deal with me on Saturday, pretty much.
Don, yes. Yeah, Don owns it.
Okay, cool.
That's Loganville, not Stillville. I apologize. Yeah, it's Loganville.
Yeah. Thanks, Thomas.
To me, all that area, Loganville, Snellville, Grayson, all that's the same area to me. So, even though there is a big big distance between each of them.
Well, you live pretty far away though, so like same distance.
Ish. I actually have a lot of family from that area, so.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
So yeah, like I said, some is in Grayson, some is in Snellville, some in Loganville, and like I said, it's a long drive between them. But for me, it's just one spot, one big blob on the map.
What's your prediction so far?
I really didn't make a prediction because I didn't really remember how Joe played. At this point, I mean, even without the score, if you just look at performance, Robert's in his own head. He can get it going, but Joe, what you see from Joe, I think is what you see. You're seeing what his game is. I don't think you're going to see him crack under any pressure. I don't see him getting too high from playing well. I think he's going to be extremely consistent for the rest of the night. Robert, on the other hand, will be very up and downy.
We got to see that last week from Nate. He was a very consistent player. There wasn't really like a gear or anything like that. It was just consistency.
So Nisi in the background did post the link to the app that you have to put in your URL. You have to put a URL to get to the app. I still don't understand how that works. I'm an old man. I'm a boomer, so I don't understand that. There you go. That's a nice confident stroke.
It's on the line. You just gotta click on it.
So yeah, click on it, and you can see who's the schedule coming up. You can see potential opponents you can play in their Fargo rated area, or how they are rated, what they're willing to bet. So communicate, set them up. It is actually it's almost impressive. You're welcome.
Just almost?
Anyway.
I thought it was pretty good. We Nisi spent a lot of time making that for us, actually. Actually, I think she did a really good job because we really needed that. It helps us schedule so much more easy.
And it gives you an idea on who you could be looking for, so you don't just randomly say, okay, I'll play some random guy. You know.
And then Shane Van Boning with a mustache shows up.
Right.
Hey, I'm ready to play. Got an accent for some reason.
Shane Van Dam shows up. A little hard of hearing, but it'll be okay. But yeah, no, Don's a great guy over at Lowe's. And yes, he does add money to the pot, so if you're in the area, have fun.
I'm trying to think. I think I actually have been to that pool hall one time.
Okay.
But it seems like they had more than 4 tables there. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be thinking of a different place. I've been to a lot of places around Atlanta.
As far as skill levels, I really don't know how I'd rate them as far as skill levels. I don't think either one plays any leagues or anything like that. I don't think either one has I don't think Joe has a Fargo rate right now.
Yeah, he
Robert,
does.
Does he?
Both of them had a Fargo rate. Robert's like a 512, but
Okay.
neither one of them are 200 matches into robustness. So Robert's a 512 and Joe is like a 480, I think.
Yeah, and that's low for both of them, I think. I think both of these are pretty solid players. So Robert's gotten on the board, and now he's shooting a lot more confident. Once again, as soon as Robert forgets he's playing pool and just does what he does, he's going to come together. So it's going to be tough to see. It's tough to say he's going to end up winning this. I mean, it's so early.
Thanks, guys. Maybe I haven't been to the Legends yet then. I've been to a lot of places, but Legends might just be the one that I haven't not visited.
Yeah.
I've been to a lot of terrible places around Atlanta with pool tables, that's for sure.
This is not a terrible place. The food is good too.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I have to check that out. Pool halls with good food,
Yeah,
man.
Don's done a great job with that place, especially. I mean, and that area needed a good pool room. Like I said, it's just a nice, small neighborhood type pool room. It's not trying to be anything bigger than it is. It's just a great place to go and play and have fun. And he really does it for the players. I don't even think he makes hardly any money off the pool tables themselves. And he goes and gets these super nice diamonds in there, and he just loves the game, and that's what I love. I love people who just love the game.
Does he make money off the kitchen or anything, you think?
Yeah. I mean, he's got a full bar, and he's got a kitchen.
Okay, cool.
So it's not like he's not doing charity work here, but like I said, he's very much in. So William is.
Question mark?
Yeah, Williams, I guess, did not hear about the Fargos, or I don't know if you want to type it, but.
What are these people's handicaps? So they're both probably early 500 Fargo rates at the moment, but they're both not robustness enough to have a Fargo rate. But I don't think that either one of them plays APA.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't think either one plays any kind of Joe, that's kind of a north. I think it's the first time I've seen Joe shoot a shot like that. He really came out of his shot early when he was shooting that, so maybe he got a little excited.
Which is kind of always nice to see, though, when you see like two players that don't know each other that are playing. And,
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love when players don't know each other. I like when I don't know the players on stream, so I can actually watch them and sort of take a look at their styles and get in their head. So I really enjoy doing that. So, all right, so Joe had his first really bad unforced error there. So this is where you start seeing where the character of somebody comes out a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I think he had a couple of errors earlier, though, but he really recovered from them really well. And he got lucky on a couple of balls where he missed.
There's a quote, I don't know if Mark Wilson came up with it or just repeating it, but there's a quote that pressure doesn't build character, it reveals character. And so you can really see a good player once he gets on.
That is true.
Which is probably one of my favorite things. That's going to count on the break, by the way. Only the bottom two pockets do not count on the break. And
I'm surprised that the 9-ball got kicked up that far, too, especially using a magic rack. You don't really normally see that too often.
Not too often, but a lot of times that back ball will go straight down, come straight back up, because the 9 usually doesn't leave that position much on a magic rack. It's going to stay there. So if you have that back ball go down and come straight up into it, it's going to kick it up table sometimes, and that's what happens. But I haven't really seen the 9-ball take off too much, which is interesting because on a magic rack, it's rare to ever see the 9-ball go towards the bottom two pockets. If it does,
that is true.
If it does go in, it usually goes up at the top. So
yeah, there's a couple of racks that kind of increase your possibilities of making it in the side, but
now that's not to say. So you see how the ball stayed there. The bottom ball came and tapped the side of it.
Yeah.
That's not to say that
it was the side ball that came.
They are racking their own, and so you can manipulate the magic rack as you can any rack to allow the 9-ball to go into the bottom two. So the rule needs to be there, if in case you're playing somebody that's kind of shady.
Which may or may not have happened in pro matches more than once.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I think it happens probably more often than people think, especially when pros rack their own. It's just
Oh, absolutely. Pros. I mean, if there's anything I've learned from pros is at that level, any little advantage is what you have to take any little advantage, and if that means you give yourself a little advantage, then that's what you're going to do.
They can't take steroids. They'll pull out the wing ball a little bit so it goes in easier.
I mean, there's a lot of little touch stuff you can do.
Touch the 7.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why players pattern rack, because they feel like they can make a ball and they give themselves that little advantage by knowing where the ball's going to be generally.
And I think pattern racking works pretty good for the most part. There's a pretty consistent spread that balls normally tend to go towards when you rack them in a certain way.
Well, yeah. But that being said, those advantages are for the really high elite players.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not running 7-8 balls consistently anyway, then the pattern rack isn't going to be doing much for you.
Yeah, but if you are having like some problems running some, it can actually increase your chances of actually being able to run.
Well, it does, but at the same time, if you get it so that it's a nice easy run out, you miss, well, you suddenly give your opponent a nice easy run out to work with.
Yep, that is true. That is true.
It's very double-edged on something like that, unless, like I said, unless you are just running rack after rack.
But if you're making that wing ball every time, I mean, you might as well just go for it,
Well, like I said, I think a lot of it has more to do with personal performance. If you can't perform at that level, then you may be hurting yourself more than hurting it.
Definitely, 100%. Yeah, if you're not able to run a rack or run a few racks in a row by doing that, then
there's people that I've talked to and who talk to me about things like that. It's like, what can I do to give myself an advantage? It's like, well, if you really want to give yourself an advantage in pool, the best way, the only really good way of doing it is to get in there and practice.
I reached for it, but I didn't touch it.
By the way, as typical etiquette, as you see, you probably don't want to grab things that are moving.
I mean, you can watch it if you want to, but I didn't.
I don't think he touched anything.
Because it looked like it was gone dead in there.
Yeah, it's a habit a lot of people have. It's more out of frustration.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll try to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could root around back
It
for you
happens.
too, especially with that one because we had the top view going on, so you can pretty clearly see a hand in that one.
Yeah, it's a very it's a normal reaction, involuntary reaction, because you're upset that something bad's about to happen. You're trying to just do what you can to deal with it. But
Oh man.
well,
Get himself good.
came up a little firm. Robert is making a run back at this though.
Yeah, for sure. He looks like he's a little better in stroke now than he was at the beginning.
And that's how Robert is. We're going to be seeing some highs and lows from Robert today, I believe. But his high gear is really tough. His high gear is a really, really tough player. But he's definitely has consistency issues a lot of times. And he'll tell you the same thing. Anything I say about him, I guarantee you he'll say that it's nothing he doesn't already know. Like I said, Joe, I've only played a couple times, so I haven't really seen him enough to really get a good feel for him, other than the fact that, like I said, he's been mostly consistent. He had that one 9-ball shot. And
with that being said, though, Dalton Billiards is a nice place. If you guys haven't got to see that pool hall, it's a really nice pool hall. Really enjoy going there and playing.
they've got a combination of mostly 7-foot diamonds and then some Valley bar box or Dynamo bar boxes.
Yep.
But they have a tournament up there also on Friday nights and Saturdays. Fridays is a bigger tournament. There's no skill level cap that I'm aware of. So they have a Saturday, Sunday 8-ball where high level players are not allowed to play in, mainly Sam Stewart. But anybody who plays at Sam Stewart or better is not going to be welcome on Saturday or Sunday nights.
Where's he play out of?
Sam?
Yeah.
He plays out of Dalton.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Yeah, he's
what's his
he's
Fargo?
probably the face of Dalton Billiards.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've met him.
Yeah, he's a good player.
I met Terry. I met the owner a couple times. He's a nice guy. I liked him.
Yeah, I don't want to kill Sam's action, but he played in a tournament. I don't want to give any details, but I'll just suffice it to say that he was playing in a mini tournament and beat a very, very, very strong player. Who, if you guys know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. It is one of those times where pretty much everybody would have been rooting for Sam. Regardless of how you feel about Sam, you would still have been rooting for him.
Get him.
So, and if you guys know pool well enough, you would know exactly who I'm talking about.
Is it one of my favorite players?
I can't say. Who
Yeah,
it
but
is.
people on the stream doesn't know who we're talking about if we say one of my favorite players.
Yeah, they would.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah, they would.
Fine.
It might be everybody's favorite player.
Well, I have two players that I really like. And one of them's not a favorable character at all. Like, most people don't like him. I just like his play style.
All right, well, Robert's got himself an interesting shot on the 9-ball here. He came a little far down on this shape. Looks like he's playing.
I like that subject change.
He's playing on the cut. This is a very critical shot. This is either ties the game or puts the game up by 2.
That's true. He made a good comeback,
high
though.
pressure.
That was a
See
quick
if
comeback.
He stays down. Does a good job staying down.
Wow, what a...
And unfortunately, that little bit of right English threw it up in the corner pocket. So,
yeah, that was a tough shot, though.
Yeah, so
that was definitely a
each
tough
player
shot.
now has a recent 9-ball fluff.
But I mean, he started off, kind of slow, but he caught back up pretty quick.
No. It's,
So.
like I said, this I don't see this being a big deterrent to Robert, but it definitely will be in his mind.
Frank, thanks for that like, Frank. Appreciate it, man.
Frankie, how you doing today? Of course, it's hard to see who's actually listening to us. He's just watching without commentary.
Yeah, it's hard to see who's actually out there, but it's kind of nice. I guess they're playing it at Mr. Q's at Q's right now in Marietta, so that's kind of cool. Frank said, "What's up?
What's up? What's up?
What's up, Frank? Good to see you, man. Hope you're having a good day."
All right, well, Joe gets the ball set. 2 in the wing, 8 in the back. Maybe that's something I'll start paying attention to, people who actually do rack them in a certain way.
Oh, and by the way, Scotch Doubles is on, by the way.
Scotch Doubles. What's Scotch
Later
Doubles?
next week.
What's later next week?
Me, you, the other 2 people.
Oh,
Scotch
okay.
Doubles, yeah.
Oh, well then those 2 people. I think both of those 2 people are currently in Alabama.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
They're at that tournament.
Mm-hmm.
They doing any good?
Oh, I take it back. No, one of them is not. Had to stay back to deal with other business down here.
Okay.
So, yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't find any of the brackets out there. There's 2 tournaments going on over at Iron City. The main event tournament is a women's handicap that is put together by Chantel and Betty Lee. A lot of, some high level players. There's about 3 or 4 pro level players that I've seen up there, but it is handicapped.
Yeah,
then-
I enjoy the handicap, but I definitely got torn up last time I went there. The guy I played against was on fire.
Now, if you went out there playing in the other tournament, which anybody can play in, it's just a race to 3. So, no handicap race to 3, so anybody can win that.
Yeah, I can get lucky in a race to 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Frank, I would love to see you playing this.
Anybody in Pensacola that's watching the stream right now by chance?
That's oddly.
I'm gonna be down there next week. I'm always traveling for work, so.
I would say if you're from there or know the area well enough.
I used to be stationed there when I was in the military. Actually, stationed there for a minute. It's not too bad of a place. I actually like the pool tables that they have on the base better than the ones out in town, though.
You should go back on base. Get your ID.
Yeah, I'd have to run by the ID office. Oh, he clipped it.
He did.
Gave him a shot, though.
Yeah.
He clipped it.
Unfortunately, this shot's not going to be easy to deal with because you're going to be running into the 6 ball.
No, I don't think it's a bad thing to run into the 6 ball here. You just want to hit like the left side of it.
Yeah, but you're still going to have time controlling both unless you play more conservative.
Oh, he got
not
it.
hit it.
That was a good shot.
It's a way of controlling where the balls are. Now you just have to make sure that you don't get too far down behind the 9 ball, getting shape on the 6. I mean, you can hold it and just accept a 3-rail shape to get on the 8, or you can try to bring it down and go 1 rail. If you just get too excited and too much draw, that 9 ball could get fairly big on you. So he decides to play a stun shot, which is kind of a weird way of playing that shot. With that kind of angle going down table, that stun is kind of hard to aim sometimes.
Maybe he was just worried about getting behind the 9, so he figured it would just be better to have like a worse cut on the 7.
He did rush that shot a little bit though, so he got down and 2-stroked it. And so Joe is see how much body movement we get from Joe on this shot. Joe doesn't have much. He just did overcut it though.
Maybe like a little bit with his right shoulder. Just barely though. Suave Parks. Schwabe's going to be on here pretty soon.
Oh, is he?
Or Schwabe.
Ali says hello to everybody.
Hello, Ali. It's good to see you.
So Robert decides to leave a long shot.
And also, welcome back, Schwabe. Appreciate you being here today. It's good to see you. And the 6 ball's got a pretty good angle, though. Good shape for the 7.
You gotta decide if you want to play it in the side or the corner. Looks like he's gonna play it for the corner. He's got a little draw stroke.
I think this feels like the sides you kind of run a little bit of a risk of scratching.
You do. I just think that being at that distance, that draw right now, I like the way you hit it.
Races to 25, Schwabe. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. I think until you get that really confident stroke, I've always been a fan of hitting more top English until you really get zoned in. It's easier to control things.
Oh, really?
I think so. It's easier to aim. I think I'm more accurate with top, or at least that above center shot.
Yeah, that's a kind of a weird thing to talk about, because I started off using bottom before I started using top, and I think because of that I got a little bit better at using draw than using top, like accuracy wise.
Right. I think all of it's still a lot in your head. If you're more confident with that draw, then yeah, you should be hitting that draw.
Yeah.
But with top, all you gotta do is just make sure you go through the ball. You don't have to worry about, withdrawal. If you don't make a good stroke, it's going to stop, or something weird's going to happen. So, like I said, this is all based on if you're not. Oh, not again.
No, he's good. It's going to stop.
I think it's going to. Not even close.
We keep little gremlins inside of the pocket sometimes just to keep it interesting.
Not even close. So, this is a question of how much he takes his time. It looks like he is going to take his time on this one now. Take a little pause and shoots it well. Everything, he did pretty much everything right there on that stroke.
4-5. Yeah. Also, I would like to take a moment, thank everybody who's watching the stream, because we hit over 850 followers on Facebook finally.
Nice.
So, appreciate it, everybody. Thanks for all your support. Really means a lot to us to keep this thing going, Without you guys, honestly, we just wouldn't be here. And we'll continue to try to push forward.
And of course, anybody else who loves the game of pool, tell them about it.
Yep.
If they like to improve their skills under pressure and and not willing or is willing to put a little side money on it, then this is a great venue for it.
And in case you guys don't know, I'm John Absher, and this man with the beautiful voice beside me is Michael Rollator. And if you see Michael out in town, tell him how much you love his voice. Just let him know.
Just remind me that I've got a wonderful face for radio.
Andy said hi, John, and hi, Michael. Hi, Andy.
Joey Buoniconti coming on, rooting for the Cuz. I'm not going to tell you which one that is.
Hey, wait, which one is it?
Joe, are you a pool player also? I don't know if I know you, Joe. I may know you. I've been told that everybody knows me somehow. I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense.
We all know why. You're a good dude, man. Everybody likes you. That's why.
Oh, now you just lie. Or you don't know the truth. All right, so Robert has a long shot here. The one ball.
That was a good shot.
See some tactical play in a minute. We've got a bit of a cluster.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like he doesn't have the right angle to kind of. Well, maybe he does. He might have the right angle to draw back into the three, which is kind of nice.
I don't think it's really worth it because even if you go into it, even if you go into it, you don't know how it's going to end up. We about have technical difficulties apparently.
Nah.
All right, so Robert's setting up for the safe. Maybe he definitely should thin a three.
It didn't hit a rail.
No, it did not. Would have been a really nice safe.
A little more power on it.
And by the way, okay, so he does take one hand. As a reminder, we are only here commentating. We are not refereeing unless they ask us for a hit call.
Yes,
so we will do our best to not intervene in the match in any way. That's not our job. So if you guys ever see something happen and you wonder why we don't get involved, it's not our business. We're here to commentate what we see, but not to actually be part of the match itself.
But if they want to ask for a hit watch or they want to ask for like a replay or anything, we got them.
Yeah, we'll definitely
100%
accommodate that. But nobody's going to yell foul or nobody's going to say anything else. So.
Or if they want to take a shot of liquor with the commentators, we got them.
All right, so Joe's got kind of a precarious situation here. The cue ball is going to float out in a place that he really doesn't like a lot. He's got a few options. He can draw it back. He can sort of do a tap draw and play the 8 in the same pocket.
I kind of like stunning it over for the other side,
For the other corner down there?
Yeah, for the other corner.
Yeah. If you're comfortable with your stun, that's a good shot. But even then, the angle might be a little weird to get back on the 9. He ends up going forward.
That's a good shot. That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I don't think you have to worry about like the shape on the 9 too much as long as you're like on that general side of the table.
Right. I was just saying whatever angle you're approaching the 8 ball, the cue ball may going up table, off the 8.
Oh yeah, definitely true. Yeah, definitely true.
So here he played a way that all he has to do is just let it roll forward a little bit, and it's a nice.
Andy
Nice.
said, Robert is good. I was going to play doubles with him at Mr. Q's before. Just didn't work out with our schedules. Wow, that sucks.
Oh, the old schedule excuse, huh? I was going to play with him, but schedule.
Don't feel bad if you got problems with the schedule.
Don't worry,
We feel you there.
Don't worry, I've heard worse excuses from other players why they won't play with me, so.
What's the worst one you've heard?
I don't know. Maybe the cat was on fire. I don't know.
My cat was running out of the house. I lost my pants. I can't be there. I'm sorry. Bye.
All right, well. Just going to take a couple seconds to contemplate life.
I don't think Andy likes your comments.
Andy doesn't like the truth. It's okay. Alright, so Joe being up by 2. Once again, we're looking for Robert to close the gap to get this game even. He's had a couple of opportunities. Robert has not had a lead yet. So, we've had no lead changes yet. I got a feeling it's going to... I think that we're going to be riding this for a while. 1 or 2 game difference.
Maybe for a minute. I have a feeling that he's going to catch one gear and pass it up, though.
Who's that?
Robert.
You think Robert's going to catch a gear?
I think he's going to catch a gear and probably catch up.
Yeah. I certainly don't think we've seen either player's high gear yet. So, we definitely... I've seen Joe stroke a ball very well a few times that if he can keep that stroke up, then his high gear would be really high. Robert, same thing. Like I said, I'm used to Robert, so I know his high gear. His high gear is really strong when it does hit.
Kind of like the safe here. If he can see the edge of the 1, going 2 rails behind the 2 with the cue ball.
I'd rather go 2 rails behind the 9.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a little bit more likely. He's
Just
going to like
pushing.
to push out, which is interesting push out. He actually, I'm not really a fan of that push out.
Locking up the 4.
I think he opened up the 4 more than the 4 was already blocked. I think he opened up the 4. I kind of like blocking balls and push outs.
I don't think that 4 ball goes in the corner pocket anymore.
I don't know. It's close. I mean, the problem is it really doesn't matter if you want to do that. I think you need to lock the balls up in a way that makes the safety tough, because as it is now, if the 4 doesn't go in, then you've got to lock down safety behind the 8 ball later on.
Yeah, it looks like Robert gave him a chance for the 9 ball.
Well, he did. He just didn't see it going that way.
Sometimes you just got a 2 rail and 9 ball.
Sometimes 2 rail kick the 9 aside is a play.
Willie Parks, what's up, man? Good evening to you too.
Interesting. If you guys notice, this is the first time I believe it's the first time the template's been taken off the table.
I think you're right, Will. That definitely escalated quickly. 0 to 100 really quick.
All right, Joe.
Does it like mentally mess with you with the template on the table?
Yes.
It does. Okay.
All right, Gerard, have fun doing your Christmas stuff. When you catch a break, want to come back, say hi, you're more than welcome to. Like to see you. Let us know what kind of goodies you got going on. Oh, wow, that is a odd scratch.
Right off the
2
4.
rails goes off the 4 and still finds a pocket.
It's got some of that patented John Absher look.
So this is an interesting situation, going from the 2 to the 4. I mean, there's plenty of ways of doing this.
You think it's better to play the save?
That's what I'm wondering. That's why I'm wondering if you can't give yourself an easier shot for the run out now instead of trying to come up with a save later. So,
Yeah, because I think the only way to get on the 4 right here is...
Well, there's a way. You could draw it. You could do a full table draw off the rail, go between the 5 and the...
Yeah, that just seems kind of difficult, though, you know?
Well, yeah, I'm not saying these are easy. Looks like he is going for the safe.
Yeah, I think that's the
I
right
like,
play.
I like that option. Another idea is put it where it was, shoot the 2 ball up table and bring the cue ball below the 4 would have been an idea also if you wanted to be offensive. But Robert did do a good job getting rid of the 1 rail kick.
Later, Gerard. Thanks for joining us, man. Hope you have fun doing Christmas stuff. Yeah, I like hitting the
So if
two
you
ball just a little bit harder there to get.
Yeah, that's having that short kick like that at that speed is just. It's just.
Thanks, Joey.
Fraught with danger.
They got to be consecutive.
Question
is he on 2 fouls?
Now I'm trying to remember if he had made a shot, or if he had made a good shot beforehand.
No, he didn't. He is on 2.
I don't think it's going to matter. Robert calls his side here. Oh, and he misses completely.
Huh. Yeah, he was on 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that sort of got Robert thinking when he contested the fact he was on 2, and Robert sort of got distracted by it. He shouldn't even. I mean, if he was going to play the 9 ball, he shouldn't even mention anything about 2.
Yeah, definitely.
Just don't even mention it, and then shoot it. If you make it, the game's over. If you miss it, then you can let your opponent know he's on 2.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to go for the offensive way. I like the idea of keeping any extraneous stuff out of the game.
Yep, definitely. Anything you can keep out, just keep it out.
Yeah.
Going for the combo here.
Keep it simple. I don't think so. It's a tough. Yeah, he went for the backwards cut. That combo is just really, really tough.
Yeah, looks like he might have got a little lucky there.
Yeah, he's going to get away with that.
Can he see the edge of the 5?
I don't think he can. I mean, if he can, man, that's a dangerous shot, because if you hit it too thick, you can actually go off the. Is that Summal? Time to drink. Oh, okay.
Always
so
time
we
to
could
drink.
actually go underneath it. Oh, I was telling DC, I don't think you were here.
Oh.
Well, I was having a discussion with somebody else as a drinking game on the stream every time I misidentify a ball.
But you guys got to take shots with us if we're going to do that.
I do it so often. All right.
I think we should just charge. Get the commentators drunk.
This is going to be interesting, because I don't think he actually called. No, I don't think he actually indicated a 9. So that could have been a bit of contention there if he docketed it. If Robert made the statement that he didn't call the 9. Technically, in most rules, combinations are never considered obvious. So you must always, always, always call a combination, regardless if it's obvious or not.
Yeah, that's the way it is in a BCA 10 ball. It actually calls it in the handbook like
Perfect. There's a tournament with a local player here playing another Plero, playing 10 ball, and was called. Oh, he did call it? Okay. I missed that then.
Yeah, we were looking away, my bad.
But yeah, it's on YouTube. He's playing 10 ball and plays combination on 10, which was so obvious. And the referee said he did not call it and awarded ball in hand to the opponent. So.
Did you see there was a match recently. It was on I don't know where it was at. Might have been like Omega or something like that. But the lady made the 9 ball, and then she picked up the cue ball, or she put another object ball on the table while the cue ball was still rolling, and then they called foul.
Yeah.
I was like, ugh. I understand, like.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, the game, the shot's still alive as long as the ball is rolling. It doesn't matter.
I mean, I get it. It's just
people have
feels
very
bad.
I mean, it does, but at the same time, there's a certain amount of etiquette and respect for the game that you have to have, where you just don't touch things until they're done. I don't like grabbing balls out of pockets until somebody else does, unless everything's done. But so Joe fell victim to the close object ball kick, or that if you do not hit it fat, if you hit it a little bit thin on the far side, you're going to scratch.
Yeah.
Which is what happened. So certain games, this is one of the reasons. Flirting with that side a little bit.
I think
No,
he
he's
got pretty
fine.
straight on
He's
it.
fine.
Pretty
It's just-
straight.
He kind of got a little closer to the side than I would like to have gone.
I don't know if that's exactly where he meant to get in that.
Well, he's
worked out good.
He got straight. That's a stop shot. So he got straight.
5-6.
Welcome, Brad. By the way,
he's
glad to see you on the stream with us.
Almost caught back up. Yeah. Hey, how's it going, Brad? Welcome. Yeah, but you fouled twice in a row. Oh, I did? Yeah, that's why I asked.
So Robert's coming over history. This is once again a point where this is where Robert just has things in his head he has to get rid of, otherwise it's going to stew.
Yeah,
There's no point.
Joe seems like a nice guy, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he seems like the dude who would admit when he's wrong.
Yeah, he probably had a...
he just didn't realize it.
I mean, the thing is, in this situation, it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. It's something that has no bearing on anything at this point.
That is 100% true.
Let's just keep going with the game, because like I said, all this does is... Robert's not a bad guy. He's not malicious, so... Like, I could see certain players that would do stuff like that just to get in his opponent's head and distract them, but Robert's not that type. He's got an idea in his head, he needs to share it, which he does.
Yeah, it's nothing wrong with that, you know? That's it's a personality thing. It's a personality thing. And I like Robert. He's a nice guy.
Oh, I do too.
Talked with him a few times, and he's a really nice dude.
He and I have played together a lot in the past. He's a good guy. He's
got a great beard, too. Glad he grew it out. One day I'll get mine back out.
One thing that people should always keep in mind, though, is that no matter how old you are, no matter how long you've been playing this game, you're always growing.
Yes.
You're always growing as a pool player.
Well, that was a interview, the 60 Minutes interview with Shane Van Boning recently.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, so they asked him, like, could you ever master the sport? And he said, I've been trying for 30 years. It's impossible. Can't do it. You're always learning something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, this pool to me is a great game for building character, building just your personal attitude towards things. It's
Absolutely.
Very, very humbling, but very challenging, very fun. I mean, there's not too many emotions that you don't experience when playing pool if you play long enough competitively.
That's absolutely 100% accurate. It can make even the nicest people mad sometimes, you know? You're like, I want to kill this ball.
So, speaking of certain emotions, so that discussion of rule discussion that Robert had just a minute ago, now there is a chance that things like that can actually motivate your opponent to bear down more. So, I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but Joe is a little bit more intense and he's a little bit more focused. He's shooting down, so...
Yeah, it looks like he's shooting pretty good.
There's a chance having a conversation like that might actually harm you in the long run. So...
How many balls did Robert make on the break?
Oh, what is the short?
2 or 3?
This is where I like taking the template off.
Oh, no.
Yeah, for one thing, it's in your line of sight. It's sort of...
It messes with you a little bit, you know.
Does.
It's like a ball shadow.
Yeah.
People don't even realize it, but like if you have like weird lights above the table, even the shadow of the wall can mess with you.
Yeah, it can distract you. But the other thing is, the cue ball is rolling over it. The object ball is going to be rolling over it. It's an elevated platform on the table that can change the direction. It can change a lot of the variables involved in a shot, so you can easily miss because that template's there. I've done it plenty of times. Robert overcuts it.
Oh, he's coming back too.
Yeah, he's going to leave it straight.
Maybe not 100%, but he still gives him a chance.
Yeah, he's
pretty
still,
easy shot.
He still has a cut. It's
Thomas said he made 4 balls.
Yeah, he
that was a good break.
So now he's contemplating whether he wants to try to cut this or not.
I remember the most balls I ever got to see him make on a break one time, the cue ball also went in.
Well, that's what I mean. I've told that story on stream a couple times.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Where I made in the APA Masters in Vegas, playing on a Valley bar table, made 6 balls on the break. Playing 9 balls.
And scratched.
And scratched.
So technically you made 7 balls on the break.
Well, yeah, but we don't count that. But the point is my opponent was very, very good at the 3-ball ghost. Yeah, no chance after that. But it was a huge break. And all right, so where he's going to play the cut. So this is an interesting shot. This beast's off too.
Oh no.
Well,
but he left him a hard shot though. Yep. You're gonna miss good.
Yeah. Once again, let's just sort of rush that bridge shot.
You like the safety here? Or do you like just playing it?
No, I think I'm going for something.
Yeah.
I think I'm firing this back towards where you are. Well, no, that's the problem. You're playing call it 9, so you actually have to call a 9 ball.
Yeah, I think I would probably call it back there where Robert's actually
I
standing.
would too. I would play to call it in that, and maybe aim to overcut it, and let the cue ball spin around up table. If you miss it, you might leave. The cue ball goes full rails to the bottom rail. That's kind of how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, he called it.
But there's not many other safes I like here. This is just you got to go for it.
Yeah, I see one safe, but it's just not that great.
Yeah, that's my scratch. That's sort of the shot I was talking about, but he, I can't tell if he double kissed.
Thomas said, best game is Alex on the 9-foot. Don't remember what match it was, but it's on YouTube. He made 6 balls left bad on the 8 after making the 6 and lost the game with a 3-ball run. Yeah, that would be pretty tough. That would be very tough.
All right, so Joe, starting shooting left. Once again, 2 on the swing, 8 ball in the back. So we're going to see, now I'm wishing I would pay attention to all of his racks, see if he has a pattern ranking this somehow.
You think he is?
I don't know. Once again, I don't think it's mattering if you're not pocketing the ball on the break.
Shane made 6 on the break a couple of months ago. Nice. It was 10 ball though. Can you imagine playing 10 ball break and run? Getting 6 balls on the break. Even if I had a ball straight in, I'd be like, oh, I guess I'm going home now.
Alright, so Joe plays a standard little back and forth with the cue ball. Gets good on the 2.
No, I think he's off.
You think he's a little bit off?
I think he's a little bit off. Yeah, I think he can see like the majority of it. I don't think he can see the right side of it.
Yeah, he's going to play roll first. No, he's playing into it. Now he's playing roll first. Once again, you got to be careful of that kick.
Yep.
He hit a little bit fatter than he did, but I mean, that shot there, I think I'm almost aiming just to cut the rail first, cut the 2 in the corner. And let the cue ball swing around.
What's the right English to actually put on that kick to make it like stick to the bottom rail?
Just to stop the cue ball?
Yeah.
It's just straight draw.
Draw off the rail?
Straight draw, draw into the rail.
It's not bottom left?
Typically not, unless you have to create an angle to go into it full.
Gotcha.
Typically you don't want to put your right or left on it because it can spin out. But yeah, now if you can't kick straight into it to stick it, then yeah, you may have to put a little right or left, but it's all about just hitting that object ball as full as you can while still having that putting draw on it.
Thomas put up the YouTube video for anybody that wants to see it. I think I've seen that one before. It was pretty good. It was a pretty good break.
I thought he just rickrolled the whole stream. Who knows?
Possibly. That'd be pretty epic, to be honest.
All right, Robert's playing a little more confident.
Got plenty of angle to get on the 9. I think you just got to avoid the side pocket scratch.
Do you think he's going to play 1 rail or 2 rail?
2 rail.
I like 1 rail in this, but he probably will play 2 rail. Looks like he's playing for 2 rails. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's the side pocket.
Yeah,
and
man, that's one thing I don't like about that shot.
Yeah, I think I put a little bit of inside on that shot just to keep it away from the
Now, he
pocket.
may have had a smaller angle than I thought. So if you're going to play 1 rail, you really have to stroke it to go down table. But
yeah, that's true.
You certainly don't have to worry about that scratch. Caitlin says hello as we are watching Robert shoot the 9 ball.
Hello, Caitlin. How are you? It's good to see you. And that makes it 6-7.
Yep. Cue ball is headed in line for that corner, but he didn't hit hard enough. So once again, Robert closes. He got 2-1. That's the closest it's been since the beginning of the game.
Yep. 1 game away. But I mean, he started off with a 4-game difference, so yeah, he caught up pretty quick. He just got to bridge that small gap. Hey, happy Saturday to you too, Caitlin. It's good to see you. How's my godson doing? I'm the godfather.
You're a godfather of somebody?
Yeah.
That poor kid.
It's not that bad, I promise.
Alright, Robert is taking another stare at the rack. 2 in the side, 9 and 8 in the back. 3 in the wing ball. The 3 is between the 2 and the 3. Or the 1 and 3. 1 and the 2, rather.
Oh no, the 2 get away? Or can you still see enough?
I'm not thinking both these guys saw the same racking video.
Okay. He had plenty of room to make it.
Plenty of room. I'm going to hold it for the 2.
Yeah, it looks like he can probably draw it over for the 3.
Latest pull. Nisi's asking about my latest pull gadget.
You got a new pull gadget?
Yeah. I can't think of any new gadgets I have. I think I'm about done with gadgets.
Oh.
Maybe the gadget I should is like a pull game. Maybe that's what I should buy at some point.
That'd be a pretty good gadget to have.
I need to find
you pull it out of your pocket whenever you need it.
Yeah. Suddenly I know how to play pool. That'd be a good gadget. All right, our YouTube
go gadget pool
viewers have increased. Getting about the same YouTube, Facebook viewers.
Yeah, our Facebook's kind of going up and down. We got like 23, and then 15, and then 9,000, and then 1. You know, up and down.
Maybe some of those players playing over at the Q's tournament, Marietta, they got a match. They got to turn off the stream.
Got to put the music on their headphones.
Yeah.
You played in that tournament lately?
I played a couple weeks ago, as a matter of fact.
What are you in that tournament? 11?
Somewhere in there. I don't remember. Say some number they made up, I guess. It's 11 or 3. I don't remember. So, Robert's got a bit of a stretch here. I wouldn't like to use the bridge again. He uses the Moosehead. We have 2 bridges that they have access to. I'm surprised more players don't carry their own bridges.
You surprised by that?
I'm surprised they don't. I mean, maybe if you play the same place all the time where you know there's a bridge, you don't need one, but if you ever go play other places, because you never know what condition other places' bridges are, or even if they have them. I think it's always a good idea to carry one around. Speaking of pool gadgets, I think that's a good one to have in your bag, just in case.
If they have the metal ones, you have wood shaft. You have to always worry about it scratching your shaft.
Yeah, like gashing it, ding, or if something happens that jumps up and lands on it, you ding your cue. And yeah, I've never liked metal bridges. I think they should get. Oh, that's a weird miss there. There's no reason. I can't imagine other than the aim was off a little bit or something.
Good shape though.
Yeah,
Man, it came around good.
Yeah, I mean it was a pretty standard shot. So I'm surprised he missed it. Well, this gives Joe an opportunity to expand his lead again. Maybe Roberts just isn't ready to be tied yet. He wants to be tied just at the right time. It's like
gotta wait till it's 44.
Right, it's like two race horses that are. One of them is going to stay behind until the very end and then just take off on them.
Play racehorse music towards the end then. Dun, 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 dun.
All right, so this should be just a bit of a stun. Just get it out a little bit. There's no reason doing anything crazy here. Yep.
Nice.
Creates a nice angle.
Probably just put a little top on this, come straight down.
Yeah, this is no time to be cute. No reason putting left or right on this. Looks like it's,
yeah.
He hit that
He
little
got
low.
close on that one. Want one of these?
Incidental contact. So,
got you a Salado keychain.
Oh my goodness. Suppose you didn't put this up. We'll do it after the shots. So I had an incidental contact. Robert has to put it back. Not sure exactly where it was, but
oh no,
he's fine. So, of some of the swag we were talking about earlier, we got a cute Salado keyring. There you go. It's hard to tell with the glare, but yeah, Salado is sponsoring this.
Yes, Salado is sponsoring this stream today. So they added some money to the for the players, and then they also had everything put in a Fargo rate for the players. So everything worked out pretty good with that. We also have a commercial that we'll play for them like later on in the stream, so y'all get to see that too. Speaking of sponsorships, though, if anybody does know anybody that wants to have their tournament sponsored on the stream for advertising purposes, mostly in Georgia, I don't think it would really help if you wanted to sponsor a tournament in Tennessee, but if you wanted to sponsor one in Georgia, I think that it would be pretty good to throw it up on the stream. Probably help out a lot.
I don't know. I think certain pool rooms,
if it's big enough. If it's a big enough tournament,
I mean, there's a few pool rooms outside. Sweet Melissa's great one in Tennessee. You got Chattanooga Billiard Club. Of course, you got Iron City in Alabama.
Yeah, Iron City would be good. A lot of people from Georgia go to Iron City and play in that tournament.
And a lot of them go to Sweet Melissa's also. And
does Big Times have a tournament somewhere besides Iron City right now? Or do they only do it at Iron City?
I don't know if they go back to Meridian or not. They still call it Meridian on the road, so they are keeping the Meridian location. But other than that, I really don't know.
I think they call it Big Time on the Road.
Or Big Time on the road?
Big Time on the road.
Big Time on the road, okay.
Yeah, which was the pool hall, but I think that pool hall got shut down.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think they got shut down for slots.
Oh.
Yeah, something to do with their slots that they had there.
Oopsie.
Yeah. It's just what I heard. I have no verification on this, so I could be a total 100% liar.
This is how rumors start.
But John said.
Mm-hmm. It's on the internet. It has to be true. All right, Robert once again undercutting a cut shot, much like he did the other one last game. So.
Yeah, now you got to get like really in between like this 4 and 7. Yes, probably.
You could actually go over. Well, I think you could put some top and a hair of left, and sort of go 3 rows around.
You like going behind the 7?
Mm-hmm. Kind of like that, but you can't hit the 6.
Yeah.
But if you went underneath the 6, it can go underneath the 9 and onto the side rail.
Yeah, I think it was kind of rough because that 9 feels really in the way coming from that direction.
Yeah,
I think you really got to go to thin the needle on that one and just aim for the 7.
I think you need to get more top and a little bit less left on that.
Is he going for a safety right here?
No, I think he's shooting the corner, creating an angle to come out. Maybe he's putting top. Yeah, he is
playing the safety.
So maybe he's got
that run. That run didn't seem like. It seems like he has a higher percentage of making that run than he did playing the safety.
Maybe he had visions of Sugar Plum 3000 in his head.
It's possible.
Alright, so almost has himself jacked up over the 9, not quite.
Joey said, I heard what you said. Plus, they couldn't do Calcutta's in Mississippi anymore. That's $100K a month. No one claimed.
Yeah, that's. I'm still wondering if it wasn't a better pool player that made everything happen against that place. Which, if it is, that's just
rude.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Rude.
I like saying rude. Sounds better than saying other things.
It's a family stream.
It's a family stream, yeah. It's a family stream.
Once again, maybe I'm of an old school idea that if it's none of my business, it's none of my business.
Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty libertarian on that approach too.
I'm just. Alright, so Joey is going to be once again playing around the template. Shouldn't be too bad on this one unless it skids out.
Ooh,
I think it did skid out.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah.
6 to 9. I don't know if you saw it. There was like a thing on Twitter a while back when Joe Jorgensen was running for president. Somebody tweeted at her like, hey, can I buy a tank if you're president? And she said, absolutely. Because they're pro-Second Amendment, right? It's all the libertarians like, you can buy whatever you want to.
Certain politicians where they say, yeah, you can buy it, just make sure you buy it from us.
Yeah, that is true. And that's another little thing that's been going on recently, too, that you and I were talking about the other day.
All right, well, Joe has increased his lead to 3. I believe this is as big a lead as Joe's had, though, is it not?
Yeah, no.
Did he have a
4. He had 4 lead
okay.
at one point, 0-4.
It started off 0-4.
Yep, 0-4.
Okay, fair enough.
Jessica Jones, like the stream. I appreciate that, Jessica. Good seeing you. I'm glad you're here. Are you at Q's?
If she is, you think she can hear you?
Well, she probably can if she has her phone in her hand to like it.
Well, doesn't mean the audio is just like, oh, I might as well just...
That is true. But you never know.
Jessica could be a bot.
Jessica's not a bot. Oh, see, there she is. Oh, she's sitting at home watching it. Thanks. Appreciate you watching it from home.
Well, yeah. Why don't you come over here and join us?
Yeah, we got a couch.
Got a good couch. Well, now it's a fam. All right, so Joe is going to be looking at the one ball here.
Not that kind of couch. Poor Jess is a 2. Hey, we have 2s on the stream sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing wrong with being a 2.
No, not at all.
It's all about just playing the right way. You got to play another 2 or a 3. That's a good shot. Good draw.
Yeah, as many times I said it, I will say it plenty more on the stream, that one thing I really like about the stream that sets this apart from most other streams is that it is any level play.
Yes.
You know, I mean, yeah, some people like watching the high level play or the very exciting, the Anthony Greens, and those are really fun. But to me, I enjoy, I mean, as long as you've got 2 players who's just playing their heart out, then, yeah. Looks like we got a...
I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, looks like we had a little bug. Maybe it's
Well,
a feature.
Efren Reyes said that he didn't really ever think that he learned as much from like high-level players as lower-level players, because he liked to watch low-level players play just to see what they would do.
Right. Come up with ideas.
It's like, I didn't know that 5-rail was there. I had to put that in my memory bank.
You're heading to Q's to win the money.
Win that money. It's not a whole lot of money for how much time you spend at Q's, but...
Well, it's still...
It's good action, though. I really enjoy playing at Q's, so I can't say much.
They did change their breaker run to a 10-ball rack instead of a 9-ball rack.
Ooh.
Which, I tell you, I've said this before.
How?
But I really like the idea of... I'd like to see more tournaments in Atlanta that are not of the same old stuff. Oh, what a kick. I mean, other than missing the 3. Went into it very confidently. I would love to see more tournaments that are outside of the standard cookie cutter tournament. You know, maybe some chip tournaments, or, you know, we do have a few Scotch double tournaments, but... You know, just something different, something completely out of the norm, something to make the game a little bit more exciting again in Atlanta.
When are you gonna open a pool hall up in Cumming then?
Covington?
Cumming.
Oh, Cumming. Well, from my understanding, the local statutes don't like that a lot.
I looked through them. Actually, doesn't really mention it in there. There are things that it does mention in there, but I could go over those with you later. I had to go research and find them all.
Right. Well, it's a question if you're going to be in the Cumming city limits, because the city jurisdictions has very different laws in the county, in the unincorporated areas.
Yep, they have a right to not allow you to have your business license in the city of Cumming, is what the statute actually reads. It's weird. It's a really weird statute.
Yeah.
But then, so supposedly though, somebody might have sued them for some company that they wanted to open in Cumming at one point. Yeah.
All right, looks like we're going to have to go either 2 or 3 rails to get on this 8-ball. try to draw it underneath the 9 or just go over it. But it's not a happy place to be.
Yeah, I like putting left on it.
Putting
around
yeah,
yeah, like that.
9, but yeah, that cue ball's going to go way up table. Now to go from the 8 to 9 is not going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, he hit that a little hard.
And he is on the rail. So now you have to be not only precise enough to make the 8 ball here, you also have to play it with enough stroke to get over for the 9.
I think I kind of like putting the 9 in the pocket that he's by right now.
This might actually be an opportunity to play a safe.
A safe on the shot?
Yeah, you can shoot the straight into the 8, leave the cue ball where the 8 ball is, and let the 8 ball just roll to the bottom of the rail. Very few people I know will play that safe, but it's not a bad safe. You're forcing a bank on the 8 or trying to find another safe.
That is true.
But yeah,
I think if he would have set it on the bottom of the rail, he could have had a safety, like putting the cue ball up against the 9.
Well, now you're doing a lot of maneuvering off the rail, but
yeah, assuming that the 8 ball is not touching the rail, because then you'll of course like double kiss.
But mine, just by shooting the 8 straight on, requires less accuracy, and it's just more of a touch shot to put it on the bottom rail.
That is true.
I mean, you're guaranteed to hit rail. All right, so. Robert goes and shoots that in, rolls cue ball forward, and
7-9.
We are within 2 again.
No break and run so far.
It looks like we are going to be taking a small break.
Take a short break.
So it looks like the. Are you guys taking a break? Yeah, so we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a break too.
Take a quick break, play a commercial, and we will be right back, guys.
It's time to let your friends know you play for real. Salado is now awarding monthly cash and prizes to players around the world. All you need to do is download the app with your friends and start battling. Playing pool has never been more fun. Add real pressure to your everyday play with Salado. Any matches played, 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball will count toward your monthly ranking. And if you want, you can even choose to submit your match results to Fargo Rate. Want to fill in the gaps between leagues and tournaments and make it count for something? Salado has your back. Pool deserves more people like you. You deserve more pool in your life. Download Salado now and begin the next chapter in your ability. It's time to let your friends know you play for real. Salado is now awarding monthly cash and prizes to players around the world. All you need to do is download the app with your friends and start battling. Playing pool has never been more fun. Add real pressure to your everyday play with Salado. Any matches played, 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball will count toward your monthly ranking. And if you want, you can even choose to submit your match results to Fargo Rate. Want to fill in the gaps between leagues and tournaments and make it count for something? Salado has your back. Pool deserves more people like you. You deserve more pool in your life. Download Salado now and begin the next chapter in your ability. It's time to let your friends know you play for real. Salado is now awarding monthly cash and prizes to players around the world. All you need to do is download the app with your friends and start battling. Playing pool has never been more fun. Add real pressure to your everyday play with Salado. Any matches played, 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball will count toward your monthly ranking. And if you want, you can even choose to submit your match results to Fargo Rate. Want to fill in the gaps between leagues and tournaments and make it count for something? Salado has your back. Pool deserves more people like you. You deserve more pool in your life. Download Salado now and begin the next chapter in your ability. It's time to let your friends know you play for real.
Hi, welcome back, everybody.
Everybody's returned.
And here comes the comments.
Yeah. I wonder what's going on with that.
I have no idea. I wonder if there's a update I need to do on Streamlabs or something. It's a kind of weird glitch going on. But, you know, one cool thing is it makes it look like we have a lot of comments. Patrick said, what are the Fargo rates for them? One's a 512, the other is a 470 currently at the moment. But those Fargo rates are a little off.
Oh, that reminds me. Nisi made a comment about the cues. I want to go check that out.
So one thing about Georgia is that a lot of places in Georgia don't have Fargo rate, so it's not a common thing to have a Fargo rate here. So that's the only like bad thing about Georgia is, you know, Fargo rate and BCA are just not that big here, unfortunately. And I love BCA and I love Fargo rate, so it's really unfortunate to see. But if you sign up, you know, you can get yourself a Fargo rate, and then you can also do some matches.
Yeah, Joe plays with a Killwood shaft also. I play with one. It's a different person than who made mine though. Don't know. He says somebody named Robert something up north. But I think it's like any technology. As soon as somebody comes up with a good technology, everybody's going to start mimicking it.
That is true. Yeah, I think the first one I saw was years and years ago though.
Went a little wild in that shot. I don't think it hurt too much though. You can cut the two in the corner. Cue ball's gonna get away though. Gotta be careful of that scratch at the bottom of the table.
There's a scratch.
No.
Ooh.
No.
Nearly avoided it.
Yeah. Going off the 4-ball. But it has a really good shot at 3 at this point.
Yeah, and the 4 is in a really good spot for to shoot this 3 with. Maybe a little bit of top inside. Maybe.
No, it got a little tight. A little tight on the 4-ball.
Yeah, he's still got an angle he can make it though. At least it's not too close to it.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to see it. You could shoot either the side or the corner.
Yeah, I kind of like shooting in the corner. It looks like less angle.
Well, it's certainly more control of the cue ball.
It's a good shot.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice shot. Oh, I thought you put a little bit more left on it. It's probably best he didn't.
Yeah, they like he just went straight top.
Yeah, straight top. It's got a nice angle in the sub ball. Probably play the 8-ball in the same pocket.
Yeah, it looks like pretty natural shape to go over for the 8.
Tough time getting on the ball, though. He's right over the corner of the pocket, so he's having to stretch. So I definitely would just hit this pocket speed. It's a little firm, goes in the other corner.
Not exactly where we wanted to be, but at least he's got a shot.
Yeah, that's why I was liking the idea of hitting that shot a little softer. Just to make sure you make it, it may put you on the rail, but at least you've got a nice angle on the 8.
Yeah, I think you're right. But it's kind of hard, you know, like when you're stretching out across the table like that, it's hard to control your speed.
Oh, absolutely.
And especially with this shot right here, he's going to have a hard time with this shot.
Your
He's going to probably need a bridge.
Yeah, when you're stretching and reaching like that, it's, I mean, your speed's going to be off, your accuracy's going to be off. Just always keep it as simple as you can at that point.
Also, if anybody wants to donate to the stream, feel free to hit us up for donations. It keeps us going and keeps us gives us the ability to do this. So, you know, one of the unfortunate things about streaming is doesn't really make a whole lot of money.
Oh no, you're right, Stuart. He did put a stroke on it. That's why I was saying that I mean, it's good to hit with a confident stroke. I just think that it's a softer touch would have been the way I would have liked to have gone on it. All right, so the old Q on the rail, 8 in the front of the side. You get a big, huge quarter pocket staring at you. This is where you don't think about it. Just hit it, let it go up and down. You gotta hit it firm enough to get back up, though.
Yeah, but it's got a cross bank. It's not too hard of a bank.
Yeah, you can play the cross bank. You could hit it thinner and just play it safe, put the cue ball on the bottom rail. But who likes safe? We
don't play safe around these parts.
Safe done, yeah. Safe is nowhere near as exciting as that fire at cross corner.
CashApp is $ AbsherBCAPL. I'll send it over to you.
All right, Robert, once again, within 1. Bobby, why did he do what? What is it that we want to know what he did, how he did? You know, how he crossed it? Which part of the shot are you curious about?
Yeah, we can explain it for you.
Oh, I don't know if I can.
Put up a YouTube video.
At least I know what you're asking. Well, this racket's getting a little bit more interesting with the 6 ball. Of course, it's already interesting with the 3. Well, he takes care of the 6.
Well, now he's got to block the 3.
Well, now he's got to readdress the 3 at some point.
Do you try to play the safe here? You hit it hard.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's about all you're doing. You're just trying to get a good hit, keep it sort of tied up so you don't seal out. I mean, give a ball in hand here is not the worst thing in the world. Of course, we do know Robert enjoys playing 3 foul. I have a feeling that, yeah, he's going to be thinning. I guess he's going to thin and go off the rail and come back. It's a lot of distance to go, though. Yeah, I think Bobby, I think the angle was further down than maybe it looked on stream. So he didn't really have to worry about the double kiss too much. It was actually a pretty thin hit on the 9 comparatively. All right, so Robert will not have his 3 foul opportunity like he was hoping. It was a good kick by Joe. Once again, nice and controlled, not letting everything get away from him and opening up. Of course, I think we're going to see another safety. Or maybe he called I think he called the 9. Yeah, he called the 9 in the corner.
Yep, went for it.
Right. Well.
Do you play the safe right here, or do you just go for the bank?
I know, I like the safe. I like putting the cue ball behind the 5 ball.
Yeah, it's pretty. Seems pretty simple. It's not like
Yeah, I
overly
mean, if it leaks out,
complicated.
I mean, the only problem is if it leaks out, you still have the 3 on the side.
Yeah.
But so he.
Yeah, it still kind of blocks it.
Yeah,
You know,
he
right there
went-
with the
he
7.
Actually, he aired on the opposite side that I would have aired on. So you can see the 3. I think if the 3 goes by the 7 ball cleanly, then just roll it behind the 7. Kind of like that.
Hit a rail?
Yeah, it'll get a rail, but unfortunately you hit it hard enough that you got separation off the 7. But not too bad. So he's not jumping at least. So it's a good safety.
Hey man, give me a cue. I'll jump that.
Goes 1 rail.
Good hit.
Makes a nice clean hit.
Cue ball's gonna follow it a couple rails, and gives him a combo for the 5.
It's I mean, it's a doable combo. You just have to make sure you're going to anticipate the 3 being played in the opposite corner or on your screen in the top left corner.
Yeah, it looks like it's probably gonna go the opposite, so probably follow it down a little.
Yeah, hold the cue ball.
Ooh, wow.
But yeah.
I guess.
What's your opinion on you guys out in chat? How do you guys feel about combos? Do you like them? Do you hate them? Do you think they're the worst thing that ever happened to pool? Are they just hangers in your mind? How do you guys see combinations like that?
I always find combinations like that pretty rough. I don't know. It's just a mental thing.
Mm-hmm. Some people can just see them. They can visually see them and just have no problem firing them.
I know. I have to like take my cue to actually like look where the first ball needs to hit the second ball.
You take your surveying instruments out.
Yeah, my surveying. Get my protractor out and stuff.
Get the compass straight edge.
Check the windage.
All right, well, we've had a few odd attempts on the side pocket here. I'm feeling like Joe's going to put this one away. Hold up for the 6. It's not too bad of a run out from here. Assuming that he's got an easy, clean hit on the 3. Just a nice pocket speed. Shoot the 4 on the side. Kind of like that. Came down a little low. A little harder than he needed to.
Oops, sorry, just had to pop my neck.
Of course, you know, I mean, a lot of times when you're on a table you're not used to, you're going to overhit shots because you don't want to take a chance of it rolling out or coming short of it. All right, so thank you, Willie.
All right, so here's your question about
cheers to you, Willie.
Thanks, Willie. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Who do you think is the pool player with the most stories around Atlanta?
Oh, I think that's an easy question.
Who do you think it is?
I would go Groundhog. Groundhog would easily have the most stories.
You think Groundhog's got the most stories?
Who would you put?
Man, I don't know. I'm really torn. There's even one younger person that I think I could put into that. I think T.O., but she's got a bunch of stories.
T.O. would have a bunch of stories. I still think Groundhog would have more stories than T.O.
He's a little older. Yes, I guess I could see that.
He is grinded on the road. I mean, he has made a life. I mean, T.O. has too, but just the personality that. Well, they both have very unique personality. Ooh, Robert flirting with the side pocket there. Hits the corner and rolls out. Yeah, they have such different, but they are both very. Pool players are very interesting personalities. So.
What about Nathan? You think Nathan's kind of getting some stories in him? He's been gambling for a little bit nowadays.
Yeah, he wouldn't have the story. I mean, he wouldn't have.
I don't think he's got the stories that they do. Definitely not. No. I'm not saying that.
Yeah. All right.
Guess what? Tied up.
We are tied.
For the first time.
Since the beginning of the game. We are flirting with the idea of seeing our first.
Actually, you know who would have some great stories? Deathball. Now, they might not be true.
I don't think that's. I mean, I will say this: Deathball will have more stories.
Yes.
However many of them are, completely accurate is another question.
That's a good question. Yeah.
Or even existing might be another question. But yeah, Deathball would bring stories, but
You know, the times that I've talked to him, though, I really enjoy talking to him. But some of the things that he says is pretty funny. Talks about, like, having a private jet.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff like that. I'm like, I don't know about this.
So you may get a little, you might get liberal with the facts once in a while. But, yeah, I mean, at this point, it's hard to say.
Bet you Waffle House has some good stories, too. I ain't seen that dude in a long time since Terra shut down, though.
I'm not sure he's still around.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I believe I don't know for sure, so don't quote me on this, guys. But I heard he may have passed.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Well, man. Here's to a good pool player.
Yeah. I still, yeah, the more I think about it, I think Groundhog still would be my pick on who I'd want, at least who I'd want to hear all the stories from.
Yeah.
Because he's, like I said, he's been on the road. He's done so many things.
Robbie Hall's got a lot of stories, too, I bet. He seems like he's got a few.
Yeah.
I don't think he's got as many as, like, Groundhog or T.O. or anybody, but he seems like he's got a few stories.
Yeah. Oh.
Oof. Yeah, that's always kind of a tricky shot. I think you got to kind of, like, stun that.
Yeah, if you want to be safer.
Yeah.
It's one of those shots that you have to make sure you pocket. If you don't, yeah, you're going to scratch. One of the balls is going to go in.
Yeah, one of them. Which one? Nobody knows.
All right, so Robert, the way he thinks, he's probably thinking, how can I 3-foul him first as options? And he's got an easy safe to play here. If you do 3-foul, I think what you want to do is play the 2 ball up by the 4 and then use the 4 as a third foul ball. If you're thinking 3-foul. Robert's looking at the fact that there's nothing wrong with the run out.
Yeah, except for, does the 5 go by the 7?
Yeah, I'm with, I like, Bobby's way of saying it. I mean, to me, the way I see combos are just another pool shot. If you don't practice them, if you don't spend time working on them and really experimenting and trying different things of it, then yeah, you're going to struggle with it. It's like any other shot.
Yeah, that's true.
And as far as, what DC's saying, I think a lot of that's personal experience. There's some people who do actually spend time on combos and don't spend time on caroms. It's hard to say because you're seeing the path of balls versus the tangent lines of the cue balls. So it's like a lot of it's just what you've done, what you practice. But if you do struggle with ones, there's a lot of really good drills to work on both of them or all of them, combos, caroms.
Got it.
Yeah. Joe's,
Ron Hudson. What's up, Ron? It's good to see you, man.
Oh, Shaggy, yeah, Toby has practiced his combos on purpose or not. He's certainly practiced his combos. He's tough to play when you play him in a 9-ball tournament. Shaggy hit the nail on the head on that. I don't know if you know Toby or not.
I don't know Toby, I don't think.
Older Toby. Nice guy, fun guy, just he hasn't met a combo he hasn't loved yet.
Was he one of those players that just hits the shit out of it and hopes it goes somewhere?
Now he'll call it and hit the shit out of it.
Oh, okay.
And he'll somehow find the pocket. That's amazing. If you get rid of the 9-ball and just shoot the object ball in the hole, he's not the favorite. You put a 9-ball in the way, suddenly he's a favorite on the shots. I love Toby though.
There's one guy I've played quite a few times at Mr. Q's too. I used to play him at lunchtime. I can't think of his name. I'll think of it in a little bit. But he always wears like really extravagant like glasses and really extravagant coats and stuff like that. But he always likes to play bank pool.
Oh.
And he banks like 3 or 4 rails every ball, and it's just like, man, I don't even know how this dude shoots like that. Like, this is the craziest shit you'll ever see. But he's only there during lunchtime. I never see him there in the evenings. Never seen him there during a tournament.
It's a nice counter-relaxing shot on the 9-ball there.
Joe took back his lead.
Yeah. So, as I was mentioning earlier with Nisi and Salado, if you want to build your robustness, I mean, right now they're looking at getting 20 games in, and we're not even halfway done yet.
Yep.
So, like I said, it's a great opportunity to build robustness if you need to get your robustness up for a tournament coming up or an event. I know BCA in Vegas, the mini tournaments instituted a rule for this year, assuming they're keeping it, that you have to have a robustness of 200 in order to play in their mini tournaments. So if you're right at the cusp and you need to get over 200, Salado is an excellent way of dealing with that. Find an opponent that is willing to play with you. And go.
Yep. And if you want to try it out, if you catch me at a bar, I can hook you up with some matches. While we're at the bar, I can set it up to where you can play somebody. Because I actually have it on my phone, but you have to download it too. So we have to link your Fargo rate to it. And if you don't have a Fargo rate, I have to get you one, which isn't a big deal. It's not as hard. It's not as hard as you think.
No.
Yeah, and there's like I think they made it 580 and under now, right? Is it 580 and under now?
For what?
Tournament in Vegas. $1,000 buy-in one.
Oh, Gross has had that tournament for quite a few years now. Yeah, it's a 500 and lower single elimination.
Is it 500 and under?
No, 580.
Oh, 580 and lower. Yeah.
With but I think he requires a 300 robustness if you're local and a 400 robustness if you're not local.
Yeah. So in order to get that robustness to play in a tournament like that, you have to, play with it quite a bit.
And if you're getting ideas of, I can just sandbag my way down, well, remember that whoever you're playing, if you beat them, their Fargo goes up. So if you're both trying to sandbag the system, that's not going to work out very well. So.
Yep. There's no innings.
Yeah.
It's not going to help you.
No, I mean, you win, you lose, you lose. So. So it's a good system for that. And the fact is, your Fargos usually don't go up very high quickly or very low quickly after a little while. So just play your game. Wherever you are is what you are.
Oh, he kind of locked up the 4 and the 5 though. But may have a combo. Just shoot it back down to the other side of the table.
You still have enough room to shoot the 4 down table if you can get it right on this ball.
Yeah, I think coming back for the 5 though is kind of a pain. That's the only thing I don't like about that.
Well, I think you just go back and forth.
Same side or?
Depending on the layout, but no, from here, no, I think you can actually draw it underneath you can draw it on the low side of the side pocket, and then it'll come back to the higher side.
You think you can avoid that 8-ball?
Well, if you hit the low side of the side pocket, you can. He decides to play more conservative and play on the low side of the 5.
Jimmy Basswell, how can I get my Fargo up?
Practice
and yeah. But if you're talking about getting a Fargo, if you go on YouTube and you look up how to use Salado, there's a way, it'll explain to you who to email to get your Fargo rate started without being in a BCA league. Because that's normally how you get your Fargo rate in the beginning, is being in a BCA league.
Or playing in tournaments that are Fargo reported.
Yeah, but those can be a little weird.
Well, no, I mean, they're around. There's not hardly in Atlanta. But,
yeah. But then I think a lot of times they'll start you with like a random number.
Yeah.
I don't really know how all that works.
Yeah, they'll just randomly assign you a number, and then where you go from there is where you go.
And if we start doing tournaments again, we'll have Fargo rate in our tournaments. So, road player, if we start doing road player tournaments again, we'll have Fargo rate in ours. Ours will get uploaded.
But yeah, there's a few of the players who only have Fargo rates because they played in tournaments, because some of the bigger tournaments at Iron City, they Fargo report, or basically anything that's on, Digital Pool?
Yeah. Digitalpool.com, which is really good brackets.
Yeah.
They're really good about their brackets.
Really good brackets, and somebody gets on there and Fargo reports, so.
Yeah, it's actually the owner of Fargo rate. He actually gets on there and manually puts them in from the digital pool. Yeah, he and I were talking about it.
All right, Joe increases his lead.
Yeah, back up to 2. Is that a breaking run? No. It was a miss. It was a miss of that. He has a Fargo rating, BCA league I'm in. It don't go up. Does your robustness change? Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, that's the other question. If you notice your robustness increasing, if it hasn't been increasing, then it's not getting reported properly.
You have 56 robustness, so if you're in a BCA league, it might not be really moving, but I'm not really sure how many times you played in the BCA league.
The other question is, where do you play? What BCA league is it that you play in? Because not all BCA leagues report Fargo. Some are just BCA styled, but they're not sanctioned, and they're not reporting Fargo. They just use the BCA rules and the BCA format.
Yep.
And it's a business league, but not sanctioned by the BCA. So that might be it also. I don't know. So like I said, it depends on where you play and all that.
I'm hoping I get to go to BCA Vegas again, though. I love BCA Vegas. That shit's fun.
Yeah, I've booked my tickets for this year.
I know.
So if you guys are going to be out there, I will be out there for the entire duration.
Maybe if the stream does well enough, I'll go out there.
That would be fun. Have a road players match while in Vegas.
I'm shooting good right now, so I wouldn't mind going out there and playing in gold or silver. I don't think I'd be in silver. I think I'm too high for silver.
Yeah, I think you've gone up past silver at this point. I think you graduated.
I dropped quite a bit from last year, though. I was like 608. I dropped to 549.
Well, it's starting to get there.
Just a little bit lower. And they do have 550 and under tournaments in some places, by the way, guys.
Yeah. Like I said, one of the biggest ones is Chris in Vegas. They have that. I think it's a race of 13, single elimination, $1,000 entry. That's so strong.
I would love to play that so bad.
Like Atlanta can't have that tournament right now. I don't think there'd be enough interest
in Atlanta
for players that are 580 and below to play in that.
Oh, 580 and below, probably not. Maybe.
To come up with $1,000 to play in a single elimination tournament. I mean, that's just strong.
It's open though, right? Like it's an open tournament.
Well, no.
It's not. It's Fargo rated.
Yeah.
Like it's Fargo handicapped.
It's not handicapped.
Okay, so it's open. Yeah, it's an open tournament. Well, I mean, you know what I mean.
It's not a handicapped tournament.
Yes.
Open meaning that anybody can play in it. It's definitely not open. It's limited to 580 and below.
Yeah.
With
That's
the proper robustness.
That's what I mean.
But yeah, it's a race of 13 even. Just go. It's a pretty good number. 580 is usually at the point where you can guarantee people will not be breaking running very often at all. So there'll be misses and there'll be opportunities.
That's the cusp, though. That's definitely the cusp of starting to break and run.
Yeah. Might be why they came up with a number. Either that or whoever runs it, their nephew is,
a 574.
574. And it's like, yeah, we'll cut it at 580.
It used to be a 550, right?
That tournament's always been 580 as far as I know.
Okay.
It could be different things.
I was going to say, maybe the cousin went up and
for some reason,
level a little bit.
For some reason, it reminds me of my family holiday gatherings, because I've got a huge family and we all get in line for food.
Yeah.
And every year, the minimum number goes up. So, last year it might have been 60 and older, and then now it's 65 and older, and 70 and older. Just somehow that number seems to creep up for some reason. I don't get it.
It just creeps up, man. It just creeps up.
Just creeps up. But, all right, Robert is looking... like I said, Robert, if he is just relaxed and he's not thinking about anything, he's got a nice, solid, smooth game.
Yeah, he does. Shoots good.
Mm-hmm.
Strong.
Yeah.
Hey, are they still running that one pocket tournament at Mr. Q's?
The only one they do is Dave Biggers runs a monthly one pocket tournament.
It's monthly now.
Yes, it's a monthly tournament that he does.
I missed the weekly one they used to have.
The Wednesday one that Zach used to do, yeah.
That was the one. I played it a few times, and then COVID happened.
Yeah, after COVID. Rick pretty much let it go after COVID.
That was a good stroke.
Yeah, that was. See, like I said, if Robert's playing confidently and he is not obstructed with whatever internal demons is going on in his head, he's a solid player. I actually expected this to be a close match. Once again, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't care who wins. I'm not rooting for anybody.
What do you think their actual Fargo rates are? 550-ish.
I would put it a little higher than 550. They're not 600s, but
You think in the 580s?
yeah, I think they would be close to 575, 580. What was Roberts at, did you say?
It's at 541.
540.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 560 is probably where I would actually probably put both these players. But
560.
Yeah, I think so. But I don't have a whole huge experience with Fargo, so my estimations might be off a little bit.
Good break, though.
Good break.
Leaves the table wide open.
Yeah, but he drew that cue ball straight in the corner pocket. You gotta control that cue ball.
6 of the 7 is probably the hardest transition on this table.
Given where you're going to be from the 5 to the 6. 5 makes getting on the 6 a little interesting if you're... of course, now he's made it a little bit more interesting by being outside of the 3.
That's definitely not the side you wanted to be on. Shane Crisp said, "Hey Joe, looks like you are hitting them pretty good."
I agree. You did a good job getting above the 8. Staying above the 8 on that.
Thought I had my line off.
John Absher here reminding you that he actually has friends.
I have no friends. Does anybody want to be my friend?
So this is going to be the shot that figures out how you can go from the 6 to the 7. I actually almost like rolling it up and try to get it on the bottom side of the 6. Kind of like that. That's a shot I like. So that you have a natural angle going up towards the 7. Stun, maybe a hair above center stun. Now he actually decides to draw it down. He's got a little bit of a weird angle. He doesn't have much of an angle. If he had more angle, it'd be fine, but now you got to figure out if you want to do a straight draw down or if you're going to play one rail out, but you don't have a huge angle to come out with. Actually, he created a pretty good angle on that shot.
Yeah, looked like he used a little bit of left. When he come over.
I believe he's going to have to play the 9 ball in the same pocket. I just don't think he can try to hold it, but I don't see any reason why you'd want to. You can make just a good confident stroke, let that cue ball slide over.
Yeah, I would just stun it over. That makes more sense. Just like, that.
Yep. That is pretty straight. So this cue ball go forward with it. He had an angle, so he wasn't worried about a scratch. Just more about shooting in the hole.
Joe takes his 2-game lead back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got a bit of a dogfight here.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. I think we're going to see a lead change eventually. It's going to be right at the end.
That's why I said
24-24.
It's a racehorses. Robert's just waiting to make his move. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on today. There's tournaments other places. You got the Q's tournaments. You got a lot of things going on. I thought we'd see more people showing up for this. This is a good close game. This is not a lot of bad play going on. It's solid. It's a good match.
Yeah, really good match.
Mm-hmm. Right side of the rack, cue ball comes around.
So who are you going to play on stream?
As soon as I learn how to play pool, I might get on the stream.
What? Not the, you're the man at pool. The man.
So, just curious, anybody out there? Is anybody on Team Joe?
Yeah, you had a couple people in the chat saying, "Go team, go," or "Go Joe, go." Oh, that was good.
Nice
Cue ball
safety.
just hit the nipple.
Yeah. I think you'd like it a little harder to get the 9-ball wired. But then again, maybe you don't. It's not as bad.
I think you could still make the 9 right here.
Yeah. You
Most
absolutely, you absolutely can make the 9 here.
This is one of those shots where we really need to watch this. This is located in North Georgia, incoming Georgia. So, oh, he's going to jump it. Not a bad hit.
No, not a bad hit at all.
Looks like he'll be able to cut this though. Maybe cut it with some inside.
Well, there's the scariest noise you can usually ever hear.
That hurts my soul. Makes my chest pop up a little bit.
You hit the cement floor. All good.
That's a good catch. But then goes right to the side.
That's once again the old good shot comment. He finds a pocket.
Hey, it's got to go somewhere. Sometimes it's just a pocket. I was pretty sure he had to go throw some pretty good inside on that to really keep it from scratching though, or keep it from going all the way to the 6 and having to play the combo. Do you go a rail and come back, or?
I think it's just a straight drawback. Oh, I think he hit that as clean as he meant to.
That 8 getting the 7's way.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing about hitting the 8 is that he held the cue ball for a shot on the 6, but now you almost have to come below.
Almost looks like you can play top, come on the left side of that 7 ball.
It's a small area to get into.
It's a small area.
Another idea is you could draw it down to maybe the second diamond and just accept a bank on the 7 all the way before the 8.
That is true. I feel like trying to power draw this though is like worse than trying to put top on it, just because where your object ball is going to go. Let's play the 2 rail.
All right. Well, that makes this a little bit more interesting.
You can play the safe here.
Yeah.
Play the bank.
As long as you can avoid the double kiss, I actually like going to Harrow left of the 6 and trying to get the cue ball behind the 8. As long as you can avoid that double kiss.
You like safeties?
I think the safety is a pretty good shot here. You could just try to get behind the 7 ball.
Just call him the 9. This is kind of your bank, the 9, and isn't the 8 ball on the way?
I don't think it's in the way.
Oh, it wasn't.
But I just don't see any future in that shot, though. I mean, if you make it, obviously it's great. But if you don't make it, I don't see how you don't sell out.
I guess the 7's kind of hard to line up on.
I think from this angle, all you have to do is just bring the cue back where it is. Just go 1 rail at the top. See if you can't just bring the cue where it is. Shoot the 7-8 up table.
He's got a lot of angle in the 6 though, so it's kind of hard to get it back to where it is perfectly. But you can definitely throw some inside and get it back there.
Yeah, I don't say you have to be perfect, but the top, a little inside.
Ooh.
Okay.
Makes you tense up your abs.
Now, I will say this. The way this table plays, sometimes the rails play a little soft. You probably could cheat the pocket off the rail first. Pocket speed.
Maybe. I don't know about that shot.
Ideally, you could leave the cue ball behind the 8 if you miss, so at least he has to kick. But this is definitely a pocket speed shot.
I think
I'm not playing this with any kind of speed.
I think cheating the pocket right here is probably the best way. He just caught a little too much rail.
But like I said, you have a good chance of being behind the 8 ball in this shot. So the question is, do you play aggressive, go up and down table? You make it, shoot the 8 ball up table, or do you play a lot more reserved. You could play off the long rail and go 2 rails into it and just tap it. That's a good safety. But if you're not used to kicking 2 rails, then that's probably not the right shot.
Yeah, I like just hitting the 7 kind of fullish and just leaving it up on the 8.
Coming which way?
Into the 1 rail. Yeah, the 1 rail.
Yeah, just what it looks like he's going to do. It's definitely the safest shot. But it's a very, very, very touchy shot. Because if you don't sort of tie it up right, you got another safety you could be looking at. Or,
there you go. You hit it a little too hard.
Hit it hard, and now you just
give it a side pocket.
Side or the corner. I actually like the corner pocket in the side.
You do?
Yeah. I mean, the way the rails play, you got a huge margin of error on it. Cue ball is going to hit the rail, come out a little bit. You have a nice shot on the 8, 9. If your precision shot's really good, you can shoot from the side. But I think the point gets so much better at a table like that.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So even though you go off the long rail to make it, it's not that big a deal at that angle. So like I said, yeah, I just think the corner pocket's such a bigger pocket to go after. Play 2 rails. Come around, get straight in on the 9. See how he gets. Oh, he goes a little firm, goes opposite pocket.
Huh.
But for the opposite pocket, it's a good speed.
He got it pretty straight in.
Yeah. Give him props for that shot.
Yep. 11-12. This is going to just keep going back and forth with that 1 game little lead.
This is probably, I would say this might be the most even match that the stream's had
as far as letting the long race, yeah.
No, I mean, as far as having 2 players that play right at the same level.
That is true. And they don't know each other at all. They've never played each other.
Mm-mm. So this is what I like to see. Like I said, I don't care how good you are or how bad you think you are, or what skill level you are. If you can match yourself up with somebody pretty much same skill level as you, it's going to be a good match.
That's true. Yeah. And don't do like my stupid face and go to random pool halls and just play whoever.
No, there's a lot to be said for that. I mean, your wallet may not like it too often, but
wallet doesn't like it.
But you want to be a better player. If you really want to be a good player, you should be testing yourself against people you've never met, environments you've never met.
I can say though, like sometimes I do get really tired, like, and then it's like I can't concentrate, and just any game that I do have goes out the window. I'd beat a lot more 700s than I expected though. I think I've met 700s in Texas. I've met 700s in multiple 700s in Texas.
Oh yeah,
I met 700s in New York.
Well, Texas, New York has a huge pool scene too.
Yeah,
so it should be surprising. And the thing is that when you're in big pool areas like that, where you have that many good players, I mean, to be a 700 is just, I mean, it almost feels like an average player.
Yeah,
that's just how you play. There was a thread with Wesley White, who I think he had hit 698 or something, or 690, I think is what it was.
Damn.
And it was commenting, it's like he's only 10 points for 700. He won 707 points. And then Chris Gentile was like, yeah, I remember when my Fargo was only 690. It's just, you know, it's like, it's cute. You're 6'9". That's cute. I remember why it used to be that.
It's a goal, though. Just break the man's spirit.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris is, if you don't know Chris Gentile, you should. He's a very funny guy. He's really, really good pool player, obviously. But, yeah.
Where's he out of?
He's out of Florida.
Okay. Younger guy or older guy?
Younger than me.
Okay.
Everybody's younger than me.
Because I did play a 700 down there he was younger. He was like 31 maybe.
Oh. Well, speaking of slightly older people and people with good stories, I don't think he has as many good stories, but if you're from the Marietta area, Jack's been around a little bit. Jack plays a lot of one pocket, and he is still going strong. So I always give props to Jack and Miss Carol.
Oh, caught up.
Yeah.
12-12. Any last name for Jack or just Jack?
If you didn't ask me, I would have known. It starts with a W, doesn't it? Shaggy, what's Jack's last name? If you're listening. Or anybody out there, Brad would know. I can't think of it right now. By the way, we have hit basically the halfway mark. If it keeps going. Fernandez, that's it. Thank you, Shaggy.
Jack Fernandez.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Miss Carol, who has been with him for the longest time. She is a trooper.
It's a trooper.
Yeah, Miss Carol is awesome. Once again, someone else that if you see her, you should spend a little time talking to her. She's a great lady.
I'll do that. That sounds great.
Yeah.
I love talking to cool people.
Yeah, she has. She probably has more stories than Jack does, but most of them are about Jack. Speaking of which, I could probably come up with a couple other names of people who have great stories, but you would never hear them.
Really?
Yeah, it's because they don't want to.
Just don't want to tell them. Penguin. Anyone knows Penguin? You know a Penguin?
Can't say I know who Penguin is. Who's Penguin?
Yeah, who's Penguin?
Unless I might know who it is. I can't. For some reason, it's not coming. Well, that was a very weird events causing that scratch.
Where did he go?
He went in the bottom corner. It hit off a ball, into a ball, off a rail, into another ball, and into the corner pocket.
You gotta go somewhere, man.
Yeah.
Might as well be the corner pocket. I think the funniest thing about pool, always the thing that messes with me is like, you control almost every aspect of the game realistically when you hit the ball, but it's very hard to control every aspect of the game. It's like a life lesson almost.
Yeah, I was looking at 3-ball. It was a weird situation. Tell you what, when Joe hits balls like that, when Joe hits balls like that, I really like his form.
It's pretty straight.
Yeah. He's very smooth. His body stays pretty still. I mean, there's a little bit of movement, but not enough to make it a big deal. But when he shoots shots like he just did, that's just a really nice looking shot. Oh, a little help from the 7-ball.
That's a nice little rub.
Yeah. A little help from the 7, and we've got a kind of a weird cut on the 5-ball, but it didn't be that big of a deal getting on the 6.
Need a name for that. Your rubber ducky. Good rubber ducky.
It's a shame we don't have more viewers on the stream today, because this is a really good set.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Hey, if everybody shares it, might get a lot more viewers.
Yeah.
Throw that out there.
Yeah, let people know it's out there.
Did anybody come here from Reddit by chance that's on YouTube? Yep. Yeah, I posted it on Reddit today just to see if we get viewers from Reddit. And it's kind of curious if anybody actually came here from Reddit.
So if you are new here, this is things have gone how long now? Over a year.
Year and 4 months. Year and 3 months. Yeah. Been doing it for a while. That's what I was telling somebody earlier. Like our first 2 streams that we actually did was a race to 50.
there's some growing pains.
That was not painful. That was an experience. It's a love-hate experience.
It was a life event. Thanks for cutting this ball. And he makes a good cut.
That was a good cut.
Got himself out of the way of the double kiss. No scratch. Put Joe back
in the lead.
Step one. We've had
12-13.
zero lead changes so far. But 4 has been the biggest gap. It's only happened twice.
Joe keeps letting him just grasp that little breadcrumb, and then he's like, nope.
Well, I think yeah. But Robert fights back too.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah. He's came back from a couple of 4 games behind. So, I mean,
yeah,
that's
he's still fighting.
Crazy.
I mean, Joe's playing hard. That's the thing. I'm not seeing a lot. There's a few unforced errors, but that's not a whole lot.
Oh, this is definitely a brawl.
Yeah. I'm enjoying the match.
Sierra, thank you. Appreciate it. Kevin says, race to 50 hertz. Oh, yeah, you were the second stream, weren't you, Kevin? Speaking of the devil.
Yeah, people are like, I can do a race to 10, no problem. That's only 5 times that. No problem. It's like people who like doing some kind of long distance that's not used to doing long distance.
Yep.
They can run a 5K. They'll run a
Let's do a marathon.
Or do a half marathon. Or for some people, a 10K. Like, 10K, that's only 2 5Ks. It's no big deal.
I got this.
That's not a problem.
What happened? My legs, they stopped working.
Something happened about between mile 4 and 5. Things
feel
like working the way it's supposed to.
Absolutely. I feel like there's like a physical pain though that comes with running though, you know? But pool, it's like your brain just wants to shut off at some point and just go, nah, you're not awake anymore.
Yeah. Oh, that was a nice bank too. But a little long.
Yeah. Left a pretty easy one right here on the side.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been too happy with that 2-block shot though. I mean, you're not really jacked up, but man, that's got a weird way to get around.
Kevin, tell us about the Mosconi Cup, man. How'd you like it? What do you think about the 3-ball here? Jacking up on a little bit.
I think you make a pure stroke draw and you can get the ball. Oh, okay.
Good shot.
Sort of a stunned.
Went right through those balls.
Yeah. Between the 6 and the 5. Robert's going to relieve the template plate of its duties for a little long.
What about Bobby? I think Bobby's got a lot of good stories.
Which Bobby?
McGrath.
McGrath. He would have some. He's still a little young, though, to have the good stories. I mean, the thing is, like, I feel like pool was so much different back in the 70s, 80s than it was 90s, 2000s. I mean, the cloth was different. The mentality was different. You got to remember that, obviously, you know, the internet was just coming out in the 90s, 2000s. So in the 80s, 70s, it was, you know, the worst thing you had to worry about was magazines.
Yeah.
And so being on the road was very different than it is now. Now it's ridiculous that all you have to do is meet a player, take a picture of him when he's not aware, send a couple of texts out, and you'll know exactly how they play. So.
That is actually, yeah, that's pretty accurate. Thomas, we might be able to. I have to talk to Nisi about it. We'll see if we can figure something out. We're kind of full on the stream right now, like schedule-wise. You can look on the app. We're actually already booked out till February, but we can see. We'll take a look for you.
Yeah, I agree, Shaggy. I didn't even think about Mac as an option. Mac would have a ton of stories too. Mac, not a big fan of mine. He might have grown on. I might have grown on him over the years, but I don't think he's ever been a big fan of mine or a fan of me. I mean, I won't have a problem with Mac, but I don't think Mac ever cared much for me for some reason. Maybe I'm the outsider. Who knows?
That's that.
I mean, he's probably the majority in that that realm of thinking though, so it's fine.
Is that a straight in combo?
No, it's going a little high on the side pocket. Now, I don't think he's on the right side to throw it in. I can't tell if there's much of a gap.
It's possible, but so I'll be working that week too. So like it's possible, but we'll have to like make everything work out.
However, the billiard off the 9 seemed pretty wired.
That is true. I didn't see the billiard off the 9.
Yeah.
I won't lie.
So that seemed like it was wired for the corner.
Pretty
so
interesting.
There you go. I'm not sure he knew it was wired, but apparently it was pretty wired.
Did he call the 9 when he shot that?
I don't know. Surprised me didn't, but he didn't really roll that up very far. I think he would like to roll that up a bit more. I don't think you have to play 2 or 3 rails. Make sure you avoid that side pocket. However, this to me is a stroke shot. I don't think you want to hit this too soft.
Yeah, it's definitely a stroke shot. You don't want to scratch. You want to catch enough the 8 to go back.
I mean, you don't want to overhit it and not let it. Yeah.
Well, he got the shape.
Yeah, he came right up out of that shot though.
Yeah, he did.
He was not comfortable with shooting that shot at any point.
He shot it pretty quick too. Got down on it, immediately stroked it.
Yeah, he immediately stroked it. Immediately jumped up on the shot. The shot was over, so he'd never liked that shot at all.
Yeah, I think Thomas might have been right on that. Like, did look kind of like dead if maybe it was a softer shot.
Yeah, I don't think so. I have an angle from where I'm sitting.
Oh, yeah,
and it was coming up high. If he was going the other way down on the ball, he could have thrown it in, but from that angle, no, I don't think no matter how soft he shot it, I don't think it was going to go. You got to keep in mind that the angle is on the TV sometimes.
It's nice to have though.
Oh no, it's great to have just general idea of how the ball is sitting, but certain precision angles you're not going to be able to see properly.
It's good safety.
That's just how cameras work. If you guys want us to have better cameras, we would appreciate any donations.
Yeah, if you got some good cameras, hit me up.
High quality commercial table cameras that will give you, plus the computer software that will line up the image so that it's the actual proper image.
Oh, hit the nibble.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not.
I think what we'd like to do eventually is get a camera that sits probably on the left side and have it be one of the ones that actually follows people's faces as they move. So we might get one of those eventually. Oh, we got it. Barely.
He missed it. He says he missed it. It fell. He missed it, but that's okay.
Was that like
results
taking back your call? That's true, but it did hit the nipple. I mean, that thing was barely going in.
You know what I want? I want a camera like they have at football stadiums.
Which one?
You know, the one that sits above, that's connected to the wires, and then you could just basically control it, get a little control thing, and just zoom, and then just get it all over the place, up and down. You know.
Yeah, they got a much bigger budget than we do.
You know, you're down on a shot and you're about to shoot, and suddenly a camera just right in front of your face.
Oh, there's somebody with some good stories, I bet. Mr. Kevin Wright.
Yeah, that's true. Kevin probably has a few stories, if he can remember them. Yeah, this has been a really close game, Kevin. It's,
finally tied back up.
Yeah, tied up again. I wish I knew kept up with how many times it's been tied.
Man, you go back through. I bet it's been at least 7 or 8.
It's been a lot at this point. Robert has never had lead, but he has fought his way back to even quite a few times. But like I said, it started off 4-0. That was the biggest deficit. And then there was one other time. It was a deficit of 4. Beyond that, it's been close. This current race is race to 25. 500 total purse for the 2 players.
Shaggy said, Mac has told me a few stories about Kevin as well.
Just remember, Shaggy, family stream, right? Family stream.
Nobody saved you.
But I admire Kevin a lot. I admire Kevin on many different fronts. He is renowned for his cue work, but his pool game is. I mean, I think he may admit that his pool game's a little rusty, but when it's on, it is rock solid.
How does it feel to be a 700, Kevin? Yeah, I really love Kevin too, man. He's a good dude.
Yeah,
I love that guy.
Well, then, Kevin, I can't believe you let Jimmy beat you though. That's heartbreaking when I heard that story. Kevin, he's talking about your Fargo rate. You know, if Kevin's been around for Fargo rate.
Yeah, Fargo rate's been the main topic of today's stream, pretty much. Oh, good save. Nope, just leaked out just barely. Almost a good save. Barely came out from behind the 9.
Well, looking up Fargo rates, I don't see Kevin Wright as a Fargo rate at all. However, there is a Kevin Wright out of Gig Harbor, Washington, who has a -90 Fargo rate. -90. So if you can find that person and get an action, you might be okay. I'm kidding. It's a 7 robustness.
But the -90 is real.
Yeah, that's true. So Kevin Wright out of Washington, if you're listening, I apologize.
John, can you please explain a bit how Fargo rate actually works? What does it look in a player? Do you know how this really looks at? So
he asked you.
So it can basically it takes your matches and then it compares you to the person you just played against, whether you won or lost, how many racks it was, how many games you had, basically like that.
Well,
and then it also takes the players that player has played against and puts that into the algorithm too. And it also takes the players you've played against in the past and puts that into algorithm too. Now, eventually, with all of those together, it gives you a Fargo rate. And it's a really messy and really big algorithm that comes up with that one. Because you don't have innings, you don't have your safeties like APA and stuff like that. But it gives you, in my mind, it gives you a much better accuracy because it's more based on win percentages than it is based on, innings. And, innings only matter so much if you're winning every time,
So basically, Fargo, all you input is you and your opponent and who won each game. So the only thing that matters is game to game. So in this race right now, each of them had 26 games played. So their robustness would go up by 26. And their Fargo would adjust based on, like John says, previous players' performance per game of each player. And the fact is that let's say you beat somebody who has a lower Fargo. Your Fargo would not go up much. Well, if they beat really good players, their Fargo goes up, and yours would actually go up a little bit based on that also, even though you didn't play any, because it's all about comparing your experiences versus your opponent's experiences and their experiences on top of it. So,
yep.
But once again, the only thing you're inputting is game to game, who won the game. So right now, Joe would get one more win against Robert.
Yep.
And then you could actually go in and find players that you've played in the past. At least it does in the league system. I don't know as far as Gambling Salado, but you can see their history against any particular player.
Yeah, if you have Fargo Pro, you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also kind of nice too because you can look up anybody versus like APA. Like I can't look up somebody in New York on APA's website.
Right.
I have to be part of their league to be able to look it up.
Yeah.
Versus on Fargo rate, I can look up anybody anywhere.
Anybody can Fargo rate, you can see them. I mean, the idea of Fargo was to be a universal system.
Yeah.
And that includes men or women or there's no Fargo difference between a man or a woman. If you're a 580 as a man, you should be playing even with a 580 that's a woman.
Yep.
And that's just how it is. So it doesn't take, there's no gender bias in that at all. It'll ask for your sex because just by putting you in the category. So you can look up ratings. You can find out who the top 100 players in the U.S. is. You can find out top players in the world. You can find the top 100 players female.
There's a few states you can actually look up too.
There's states.
Not all the states are able to be looked up though, but Georgia is the like #1 most lacking in Fargo rate.
Yeah, Georgia wouldn't even have it, but you would have Southeast.
Yeah, you know.
So it'd be you would have Southeast rankings, so you can look based on certain geographical areas.
But if you travel like for work or something like that, and you go into a bar, you want to play in a pool hall like in Florida, or if you want to play in a pool hall in New York, then a lot of those places want you to have a Fargo rate because then they can have a better idea of where you should actually be handicapped at in those tournaments. Zalando.
I think he's saying Salado. I think that might be an autocorrect with his phone. So yes, we are using Salado. However, Salado is only used, correct me if I'm wrong, but Salado in this stream is only used if both players agree to it.
Yep. And that was one of the agreements that I put forth when I talked to Salado. I told him like, hey, I would only be okay doing it if both the players agree to doing it. But we're perfectly fine having it on the stream because I think it's nice to have something around that does help people get Fargo rates, to be honest.
Yeah. And it's actually a good rating because, like I said, what it'll do is it doesn't just give you a number if you won or lost against this player, what their Fargo is. It also compares the wins and losses your opponents has had and how their rating is, and that'll affect yours. So if you really want to know how you compare with other players, or if you want to get an honest assessment of where you are compared to other players, now of course you're going to want to play a variety of different players.
Yep.
In a lot of different games. Thomas, Jose's was an autocorrect because his phone is probably not. It just autocorrect because it doesn't know Salado, so it put in Salado.
Now
he meant Salado.
With all of that being said, though, I think it's important to remember that, like in APA, like a 7 in A ball is anywhere from a 550 Fargo rate to like an 820 Fargo rate. I think that's a pretty important thing to think about because that's a huge range of player.
And they also, you can look up people's robustness, which is basically how many games they have played total in their Fargo rating system. So when that number's small, you know that it's not that dependable of a number. If they have 1,000 games, that number's probably going to be where it is. That's probably not going to change a lot, and that's going to be reflective on how they actually play.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, just say, if you're having problems trying to find people to play you, all you got to do is refer them to the stream that you played here on Road Player. You should have no problem getting that. I kid.
That are lower than 550. But...
Yeah. Well, that's one of the problems with APA 7s. APA 7s, crazy amount of.
It's all based on region, isn't it? It's like based on like the league that you play out of.
Well, a lot of
the
time,
percentages.
Yes. Well, it's not just the league you play out of. Yeah, I mean, they try to make it not because you're counting innings, but the fact is that you could be a strong player and you could be playing weak players, and you could be purposely missing, not to sandbag, but as a tactic of beating weaker players. You're just playing a strategy of making them do all the work.
Yeah.
And it's not that you're sandbagging, it's that you're playing a tactic,
you're just playing
a strategy that allows you the best chance of winning, which would increase the number of innings, versus a strong player where you don't feel like you have the opportunity to win if you give them that many opportunities.
Yep.
So
it's legit.
And that's one thing about APA does get a bad rap, is that people play that way, or that they're not. Now, some people do obviously sandbag. Some people will run out to the 8 and just keep missing the 8 and bumping it around to get more innings. But some people will play shots where they're just putting in front of a pocket, or trying to keep your opponent's balls tied up, and then just maneuvering. And so the innings may be there legitimately because you're playing a weaker player.
But and I want to give credit where credit's due, though, because I think APA is pretty good for the sport, because it brings a lot of people that wouldn't be playing pool if it wasn't for APA.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it's such a amateur league, and a lot of people bring their girlfriends in and boyfriends or whoever, and then they get them into pool, and then it
Don't
just
get in
starts.
trouble with your gender stuff here.
But you understand what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
Like, I think it does very good for the sport, because otherwise you wouldn't be getting new players into the sport, regardless of how you feel about APA.
I mean, that being said, yeah, just to expand on that, there's so many great players who probably would not have ever been introduced to the game if it wasn't for APA.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and they sort of, if you will, graduate past APA. But yeah, I mean,
they start getting into BCA
or ACS or TAP or plenty of other leagues out there where it's more of a competitive than just a social hanging out model.
My chair.
So
my clip has came off my chair. All right, I guess you guys can see.
So yeah, I mean, the fact is, you got to give the this devil his due.
Yep.
So APA does play a good role in pool, and it's you got to recognize it. But that being said, that one of the problems with APA is the people that probably have, if you will, graduated past, or the ones that should be playing Masters, are still playing handicapped APA and only handicapped APA. Yeah, those are the ones that, I mean, if they are being competitive and they want to be a better player.
If you want to win at Masters, just come to North Georgia and play.
Yeah. So it's the ones that don't move on that it's like, and like I said, if they don't move on because they're still social, they've gotten good, but they still just want to play social, they don't want to be competitive, or they don't want to, they just play for the complete enjoyment of fun. I don't have a problem with that. But if you're one of those people who's kind of a douche and thinks that you're the best player in the world because you're a 7 in APA, well, it's time to put your big boy pants on.
I am the cream cheese.
I mean, there's only a certain point where that being the tallest midget in the room is satisfying to me.
That's true. So, yeah. You need to go somewhere else if you really think you're doing that shit.
But I mean, that to me is the heart of pool. And it's not just leagues. It's not APA. It's not BCA. If you ever find yourself being the best in any environment you're in, you need to leave. And by the way, if you think you're the best and you're always the best, you let me know, and I will take you somewhere to remind you that you are not the best.
Shit, I want to go somewhere just like that, just for the hell of it.
Oh, you've been there.
No.
You've been to plenty of places where you're not the best.
I still like going there.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's, to me, is the fun part.
Thomas said, yeah, my team is destroying it. I had to move, but the best sevens that play APA, like Brian Parks did, they do it for the minis and the singles. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I remember being a 5 and getting to go to minis.
Now, that being said, I mean, there's APA is huge in Atlanta. I mean, there's a lot of places, there's certain people that live in areas in Atlanta, in Georgia, outside of Atlanta, that's their only option. The only structured league they have is APA. So, and that's fine. If that's why you play, is because that's all there is. That's great.
First lead change.
Robert is finally taking his lead a little earlier than I expected.
At the little over the halfway mark. Then Thomas said, not so much for teams. That's why the top players still play APA.
Now, I do understand, because I don't play APA anymore, I do understand that if you're going to play Masters and you want to compete in Vegas, you have to be in a handicapped division also. Is that true, Thomas?
Yeah, that's true. I think Kevin Pagnial is actually playing in coming right now on Thursday nights.
Yeah, just to get his week Masters. Yeah, which, I mean, I will say this once again to give APA credit where it's due. The fact that they did come up with a Masters program, non-handicapped, basically formatted after the amateur nationals. I mean, I think that was a great idea. It gives them players that can stay APA who can compete against a higher level against better players.
That's a good shot.
But that being said, I've been to Vegas for BCA Masters. I've been to Vegas for not BCA Masters, for BCA, and seeing the great players there. I've been to Vegas for APA Masters, and the biggest difference I've noticed is that you have fewer teams at that top level in APA Masters. You may have, even at the biggest field, you may have 10 teams that are high level. Or BCA that play in the diamond or the platinum level, you have a lot of really strong teams.
Yeah, you do.
So,
and you get to go out there and meet the pros, stuff like that, which is also awesome.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. I love BCA in Vegas, but APA Masters, I won't say that they don't have good teams. There are a few, but there's very few of them out there.
Josie said I would play Masters in Atlanta. Who would want me there? I'm sure there's plenty of people in the stream that would want you there, man.
Yeah.
You're a good player. You're a really good player.
Of course, the other problem with APA Masters is that you have to win your tournament to go to Vegas.
Yep.
So, but that being said, if your team does get the trip to Vegas, then you could do some mixing and matching as long as you keep a certain number of original players in and build a simple team for Vegas, which is what a lot of teams out of California, I see that. I mean, I've seen California teams that are just stacked.
California teams?
Yeah.
Why California teams?
I think because they have so many players.
California does?
Yeah. California has tons of really good players out there.
Huh. Where do they come from? San Francisco?
I think all of. I mean, a lot of them I met. I mean, you think about, if you watch POV, if you watch Daniel's stream,
yeah,
you got some awesome players out there. A lot of just top level players, and even some of their mid level players are just super strong too. So
probably the strongest place I've been to for players has probably been Florida.
Yeah.
Florida's a special cookie for sure.
And Florida's got some great areas. It's got some great rims. I still love Rax.
Yeah, Rax was fun.
But Zingales is also a good pool room. I mean, there's plenty of good areas. I mean, once again, you're also talking about a huge state.
Yeah, and a very populated state.
Yeah.
And the population of that state has went up by like 156 million or something like that over the past 15 years, I think, or something like that.
But the Orlando area's got some good players. Tampa's got good players. Jacksonville's got good players. Tallahassee's got some good players. I mean, it's just
Jacksonville's got some great players. Tampa's got some really good players.
All right.
I love.
Is this our first concession? I don't remember a concession.
It's up 16-14.
Yeah. All right, and the players are going to take a break.
Yep. Quick break, and we'll come right back and hang out with you.
Yeah, you guys hang out. This is still proving to be a good type match. It looks like Robert's catching a little bit of gear, so maybe Joe's icing him a little bit. Or maybe he's feeling like he's got to relieve himself that he didn't do earlier, so maybe that's going to change things around.
Maybe just needs to step outside, get his head back in it too. There was a couple of shots that he missed there towards the end.
I say, are you talking about the app for
the
Road Player
app or the Salado app?
Maybe while we're on break, somebody can put some links up.
Yeah, I can send it to you. I'll just text it to you. I have your number, so it's easier.
I'm gonna be right back, guys.
Actually, I'll post this for you in the stream. That way you can look at it. Let me just pull it up. Yeah, I'll put on some commercials here in just 1 second. Lotto.app.
Yeah, commercials room.
I'm about to. Give me 1 second. I will post this up for you, buddy. Paste. All right, guys, we're going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back.
It's time to let your friends know you play for real. Salado is now awarding monthly cash and prizes to players around the world. All you need to do is download the app with your friends and start battling. Playing pool has never been more fun. Add real pressure to your everyday play with Salado. Any matches played, 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball will count toward your monthly ranking. And if you want, you can even choose to submit your match results to Fargo Rate. Want to fill in the gaps between leagues and tournaments and make it count for something? Salado has your back. Pool deserves more people like you. You deserve more pool in your life. Download Salado now and begin the next chapter in your ability. It's time to let your friends know you play for real. Salado is now awarding monthly cash and prizes to players around the world. All you need to do is download the app with your friends and start battling. Playing pool has never been more fun. Add real pressure to your everyday play with Salado. Any matches played, 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball will count toward your monthly ranking. And if you want, you can even choose to submit your match results to Fargo Rate. Want to fill in the gaps between leagues and tournaments and make it count for something? Salado has your back. Pool deserves more people like you. You deserve more pool in your life. Download Salado now and begin the next chapter in your ability.
Hello, everybody.
We are back.
And we got hot tips. They're kind of spicy. You hear it in the mic?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'll stop eating them. Right, here we go. And it popped up all the messages again. I don't know why it does that.
Yeah, it's weird.
Never seen it do that before. I still think it's kind of nice though, like since we upgraded the software, we can actually like stream all the platforms from the one software instead of having to use like 3 softwares to stream it like that.
Back end stuff going on here.
Yeah. There we go. Robert Bricks.
Robert Bricks with a 2 lead. Now he's pocketing balls in the wing ball in the corner.
6-ball getting his way.
I think this might be the makings of an early game.
Maybe. Might be a race to the 3. Oh, maybe not. You can't really make it 9.
No, there's no convenient ball to make a combination for.
Yeah, no.
I will say this.
3 is the only one.
So, John knows, but most people don't know, I've actually been trying to practice. And I feel confident enough that if somebody could make the 8 ball for me and lay me down table, I think I can make the 9 now.
Nice.
So, yeah, I've been working on my game. So I feel like I could possibly pocket the 9 pretty confidently. So, gotta practice. Gotta practice.
Get enough scotch in you. I'm sure you can make whatever ball you want to on that table.
I can make whatever ball before I shoot it, that's for sure.
Yeah, just put it in the pocket, pick it up.
I'm saying I was just going to look at the shot, know that I can make it before I actually get down and hit the ball.
Oh, this is oh, wow, what do you think of that?
I think he's got an angle to make it the side.
Yeah, I think it's and it just runs into the 5 though. You have to kind of worry about the cue ball splitting the 5 and the 8 on opposite sides of the 8 ball.
You might actually go into the 8 ball. You might avoid the 5, clip the 8.
It's gonna call the 9 just in case. I'd call it just in case.
Goes in the 5.
The 8 didn't touch it.
And it holds up just enough so you can pocket the 5. Welcome back, guys. By the way, the chat's been kind of quiet for the most part. You guys get on there, and in case you don't know how the YouTubes work. Ooh, told you we had the makings of an early game.
Just got to move a ball close to it. Got it.
Exactly.
Mental note.
But the comments help the algorithm.
Yes, the comments, the likes, the shares, all help the algorithm.
Yes. So help us out. Lots of ways you can help us out.
Yep.
Those are the easiest of the ways.
The money does not help the algorithm.
Apparently, putting Fortnite in the title is not always the best idea.
It's an accident. A little bit of a tough shot here.
Yeah. You can go either way. This is absolute 50-yard line shot here. Looks like he's going back. Yeah, he is actually playing cut, and well, I guess the good news is he's gotten rid of the early game.
Bad news is that now he's got a pretty easy run.
The bad news, you have ball in hand, and all 3 balls are in the same, within 2 diamonds of the same pocket.
Yeah.
With gaps between them. Robert relieves once again.
Plenty of room right here to, put some right spin on this and left spin on this, and then come back for the 8.
Just a touch, I would say. Just a little bit of top just to get it out. Just a little bit like, oh. And if you don't, that's fine. You still got the side pocket.
Maybe even slide it up for the side.
Yeah, there's a little bit more left. Just allow it to grab. I think the speed was fine. You just didn't let it grab quick enough. Robert will.
You think Josie's going to take Sidewinder spot on the Slotto app now?
I'll tell you what, this is this Robert's made this 3-ball run, this 3-ball out with ball in hand. A little interesting than where it was.
We like to see interesting runs.
I'll tell you what, though, speaking of Willie Parks, I like to see Willie Parks in this. I know how we know Willie. Willie has a good enough game to make a competitive game, and he's got a great attitude. He's got a just good personality, great smile. I think he would be awesome to have on stream.
He's coming.
All right, then.
Your wish is granted.
Good.
I am apparently a freaking genie over here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Which day is he coming?
All right, well, Robert is allowing Joe to get back in this game again. Bull's back. He never got set right. He never got comfortable. He just I don't know, something, there was a mental block and all that. Oh, and by the way, right there, if you saw the 9 ball hit the template and rolled backwards. That's why I always think it's a good idea to get rid of it. Just take it off the table. Probably didn't affect his shot too much, but
Willie Parks versus Ben Garrison, $1,000 a piece.
Oh, what day is that on?
That is on the 14th
of January. Do we know what day that is? Well, let's see. The
so
first is
Friday,
I
believe. 14th Saturday. Second Saturday.
That's a day I might have to take off from work because that is going to be an entertaining match. If you guys know both of those players,
can we put lapel mics on them?
Yeah, if you have them.
We'll have to grab some.
Might have to mic them up.
Oh no!
Yeah, both of those players are very interesting characters. All right, well, Joe's going to concede this, and I think
both cool to talk to though. Love talking to those guys.
Yeah,
really good people to talk to.
They're both a lot of fun, and they both can. I mean, I hate to say it, but both of them have a tendency of blowing up once in a while. So who knows what might happen? It might be just entertaining, just to watch.
As long as they don't break the lapel mic, we're cool.
I think that would be a wonderful match.
Hey, Kim South, how are you?
Hey Kim, how are you doing? Is Robert joining you today also? Speaking of Kim and Robert is both of them I've noticed being fixtures over at Legends while we were talking about Legends. So I've seen them over there quite a few times. I think that's sort of their neck of the woods. So good to see you, Kim.
Do you have schedules on which pool halls you travel to during the day?
No.
Okay, just check it.
So I just wherever the scotch takes me, I suppose.
You heard it here, police officer.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
Once again, 9 does not count on the bottom 2, and that's, once again, it's so weird to see the 9 ball get pocketed down there off of template rack.
No, I like this shot. This is one of my favorite shots. Put top on it so it like makes it curve backwards a little bit.
Or that kill shot off the rail.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fun. It's I think it's an underutilized shot. You know, a game that comes up in a lot that people don't think about.
What's that?
One pocket.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great way of holding the cue ball to a rail. You don't have to try to stroke it, draw it. You can hit it with that top and let it hit and hug.
See, I kind of worry about using that shot in one pocket, though, because I'm worried that the freaking object ball is going to go too far. Like, I need you to stay somewhere. Kim says, you know my husband.
Everybody knows your husband, Kim. He's been around a good while. Well, you've been around too, but he is.
Oh.
He and I have a lot of history together.
Found that side pocket.
I mean, he and I have history going back to at least 94, 95, I would say.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah. We
good history.
Early on. Well, no, it was good. We had a good rivalry. It was a friendly rivalry that he and I had at times back then. So we were never we always enjoyed each other's company. We always got along great. But when we got on the pool table together, we would fight it out a few times. It was a lot of fun back then. So yeah, still a great guy.
So you're gonna tell the viewers about your pool lessons that you're gonna be teaching? How much you're charging? I like your charging strategy. It's always good.
Shaggy, no, I'm not advertising that. Sorry.
It's still funny.
Yeah, no.
But I mean, it's a joke. It's not serious, by the way.
It's still not public knowledge. Kim, this is Michael Rollator. But yeah.
Ron said, "Man,
Robert would know me." Yeah.
Shaggy, how old are you?
Shaggy, being the spring chicken he is, wouldn't know what old looks like. Shaggy is in his mid-20s, I think, right now. Speaking of which, I want to say that I don't know who I've known longer, Robert South or Shaggy. Now I think about it.
48.
Mid-40s, mid-20s, late 40s, tomato. Yeah, I knew Robert before the Office years, I would say, before the Office was around, and when he would come to the pool room I was at. Of course, I knew Shaggy from Corner Pocket days. So, all of these places long gone. All in the annals of history. Is that the right word?
I don't know if that's the right word.
Oh, sorry.
It works. Hey, man, whatever floats your boat. Wouldn't be the first time we've been banned.
Speaking of stories, not as many as I would say Groundhog, but Robert South definitely would have stories.
Okay.
So, yeah. Kim, you would agree with that, I hope. He would definitely he has his share of stories.
You say Kim has all the stories, though, right?
Well, I'm sure she has, but we don't want to get into that. Yeah. I'll say this about Shaggy. He's probably somebody I admire hugely in the fact that he basically was forced to learn how to play offhand as his main hand, or his only hand that he could play with for. So, fierce one pocket player. Not going to say great one pocket player. Fierce one pocket player. I don't want to kill Shaggy's action.
It's time for Robert to take a 4-game lead.
All right, so Robert has matched the maximum lead on the other side.
Yeah.
So maybe this was the point that Robert's going to break away and try to run off with it.
He was just keeping it close.
What's stopping you, Kim? Wait, is Robert going to sue you if you wrote the book?
I could write a book of stories.
He's going to give you a cease and desist order. All right. Well, this is the point now that Joe is in a position he hasn't been in all day. He's if you watch him in the back screen, he's sort of looking around. I think he's getting his thoughts together.
Bet you Terry's got some stories too.
Terry would have some.
Bet he's got some interesting ones.
So this is part where I really want to see where Joe goes from here. So Robert's going to scratch in the side, gets away from him, and makes the 1 ball. 3 ball is a little tough, but
3 ball's your toughest ball.
Well, that being said, 3 ball gives opportunity for a very easy safety.
Safety or three rails coming for the 4.
I think you just play it safe. I think you lock it down behind whichever of that ball is.
Yeah, I don't really see the point in it though.
Really? You don't like ball in hand? I like ball in hand.
I mean, like you have ball in hand right now though.
Well, yeah, but you get the 3 out of there, you get it open up.
I don't know if I would draw it back like that.
I think that's good. I think all you have to do is stun it behind that ball. Okay. So he had a little bit more gap than I thought.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I don't think he had much gap, but still, I mean, this is not a fun shot. If you could have stuck it behind that ball and got ball in hand, you would have gotten better shape on the 4. And this is an easy run out with ball in hand on the 3 ball.
That is true. That's probably why I would have played top inside on that ball, just to get it to come around for a better shape with the 4.
I love that safety 2 balls on the rail, because you can just stick them on that ball, and that ball is so hard to hit. And even if they hit, most likely they're selling out anyway.
That is true. Yeah.
So.
And it looked like it probably would have came around, probably hit the 5 or something. I think you run a chance of hitting the 9 with it, but I think you could probably avoid it.
I think there's a psychological edge to it too. If you can lock your opponent down to the point that they just have to hit a 2 rail and hope that they hit it, that you basically what you're doing is you're showing dominance, you're showing control. They don't have control over their own game.
But what if they hit it?
Even if they hit it, they're probably selling out. I mean, that 2 rail kick is so hard to make work for you.
That is true.
And
it's one of those things where you really got to start getting like a feel for.
Well, I think it's something you should practice a little bit, but basically it's almost a stop shot, maybe a slight stun over. If you really want to, you watch any pros, you're not getting a 1 rail kick at the moment.
Oh, and by the way, if anybody on here is interested in 2 rails, though, like there's some really good kicking systems for 2 rail kicks.
I mean, I think 2 rail kicks are easier than 1 rail kicks for me, but I think probably I practice them a lot more, see them a lot more. But I'll tell you, the psychological game of pool is great. I mean, like I said, if you can exude dominance and make them just feel completely, they're just them. Shots like that, that's a great shot by Robert. If he got a little bit more around, got straight in, there's certain shots that just almost, it's like you're just playing mind games with your opponent, where you're just letting them know that they're just, they're not they don't have the control and they don't have the position to do anything.
Which think the bank or the cut?
Jose is a 428 Fargo. Good job.
Nice.
Proud of you, Jose.
I will not play you until you get some robustness, sir.
Yeah. We are not going to be playing based on the
the recommended.
So. Right, so Robert plays it inside. Oh, what a fantastic shot!
Wow, that was a good shot.
Yeah, I think Robert is woken up. He has got his mind in the proper place.
Yeah.
Using whatever methods he is doing. So yes, Jose out of Fayetteville, Georgia, is showing up as a 428 with 0 robustness.
How did you get a 428? You're a 7'9".
I think they looked at the stream.
They were watching.
I'm kidding.
They were watching
By the
us.
way, if you guys are wondering, I give Jose a lot of grief. He is a wonderful player. He's a great person. So.
Yep, and he actually did our table.
Yeah,
we ran a commercial for him the last week actually.
Yeah, he did a great job getting the table up to speed. I mean, the people who did it before just left it in shambles. Honestly, I didn't really enjoy playing on. Now I enjoy playing on the table again. He did a fantastic job on the table.
Unfortunate. I hate saying that about people that come and do work, too. But
yeah,
they did not do a good job, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, but
very expensive to get the 428. You putting money in somebody's pocket, like, hey man, just keep me low. Just keep me low.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta push. Set up for a pretty good safety.
So, for instance, if Jose with his 426 and he and I, according to Fargo, I would have to play him 10-3, 4-12, or 3-7. I will not be playing him any of those races. There's no way he's getting 7 games going to 10 against me, or even 4 games going to 7. So, Jose, I'm glad you got a number. You need to be playing people. You need to get that accurate. Yeah, it will. If you can get people to play you on Salado and stuff like that, it'll go up.
Yeah. There you go, Josie. It's like you already got somebody on there, Jimmy.
Jimmy, where do you play out of? I'm trying to figure out if I know who you are. I know a lot of players. I just don't know names too well. I look at people like I look at this guy and I say, "That's pool player." That's all I know about him.
Seems like he might hit some balls.
Oh, so you're neighbors. You're right there with Jose. Okay. Well, there you go. You guys get on Salado. You guys match up. Or on Salados. Figure out where you guys are.
Hey, Jose. I might actually come play you on Monday night if you're down there.
What?
Yeah, I'll be on the Grange. And I'll be in through Noonan. So.
What you doing there?
Work.
Okay. You know what? Let's make a road trip of it. I might go down there. I don't work Monday.
I won't be back though. I gotta fly out on Tuesday.
Riding with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can meet you down there.
I'm trying to think what I got going on.
What do you normally say? Road trip.
I got a Christmas party to do Tuesday morning, but that would be fine. Okay, Huggaville. Where would we play, Jose? Is there enough for all of us? Is there a big enough room that we can all hit balls, or is there? I mean, I don't want to go to a place that has leagues going on and there's no pool tables available. But yeah, I don't do anything Mondays unless I go to play in a tournament in Mr. Q's and Shamboy Tucker. But do that. We all should get together, figure something out. Maybe get little partners. I might bring I doubt that would be able to happen. Let's say I could bring my Scotch doubles partner with me. Right up, if we had a good Scotch doubles.
Oh, that's a good cut.
That is a wonderful cut. Robert has found him.
He is actually really hitting them well now.
Yeah, he is.
It's like a different Robert than we were seeing the first 15 games.
Yeah.
Well, that first 26 games.
Yeah, and I think it looks like Joe is getting a bit irritated. He's getting frustrated with himself. So, once again, like I said, well, not me, but just quoting someone else, pressure shows the characters. And now there's a point where we need to see Joe quit thinking about the past, quit thinking about the rolls, quit thinking about everything else, and just focusing on making a good stroke every time.
You think he's focusing on that right now?
I think he is. I don't know. I don't want to say I'm reading his mind, but
it's definitely hard not to, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to get frustrated. It's easy to think about having to wait all the time. Now he's 6 games up. So
definitely seems like Robert's caught a gear.
Oh yeah, like I said, Robert's high gear is really high. And right when I say that,
Might have been a little bit lucky though.
right when I say
Good
that,
roll.
yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I think Joe is in his mind. He's thinking about the rolls. He feels like he's been kind of getting the wrong end of it, and it's frustrating. And this happens. Robert misses a shot that he should make, and then he's hooked.
I'll be in LaGrange on Monday during the day. I'll probably go over there maybe like 10 o'clock.
At night?
No, in the morning.
Oh. Is there anything to do at 10 o'clock? What time do you have to leave?
Probably leave the house like 7 a.m.
No, I mean, when would you leave LaGrange?
Oh, it's not going to take me very long. It's a pretty easy thing I got to do over there, so probably 11. As long as nothing else bad happens.
How long do you think you'll be in LaGrange?
That's what I'm saying, 11. So like 1 hour. Yeah.
Then you're leaving for the airport.
Then I'll drive to Atlanta, stay the night in Atlanta. Then I'll probably...
Well, when are you going to play pool?
Well, I'll stop at Noonan if I'm driving through. It's
when?
Just drive through on the way back to Atlanta. I don't have to leave. My airplane doesn't leave until Tuesday.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
So why don't you get a room in Noonan?
Yeah, I can get a room in Noonan. It's not a big deal.
Okay, that's my question. Is how late at night are you going to stay in Noonan if there's action?
I'll stay late. Late.
Okay, that's what I know. Because if it's like if you're leaving early, I won't come by. It won't be worth it. But we don't know, dude. We don't know where Noonan.
Yeah, I don't even know much about Noonan, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're going to have to figure that out, Jimmy. You and Jose's got to get together and figure out where we're going to go meet and play.
Some old abandoned house.
Go play at the veterans place or whatever. Wherever we can. You guys got to figure that out.
No, they have a bar there that actually has like a bunch of diamond tables, if I remember correctly. I think Jose did the tables there.
Jose says there's nothing there. All right, if there's no place to play pool, you better let me know. I don't want to drive out there for nothing. Shaggy can't help but to get involved in discussion.
I thought that was Macon. Macon's where all the paved roads end.
There you go. Oh man, so that's a good example of a shot. Where he hit it fine. He thought he was going to have a nice shot in the sun, and as it turns out, he got stuck. And now the question is, in his mind, was he thinking he got a better roll, or is he thinking I didn't hit it well?
Well, pull hall's in LaGrange. Just went for the safety.
Yeah, he went for the safety. That was more of a frustration shot more than anything else. Just, you know what, I'm going to hit the ball. And yeah, Joe's extremely frustrated right now. But I think if I were to give instructions to people, if I were to give honest, good, paid instructions to people,
yeah,
the one thing I would try to teach people how to do, if it's even possible, is to quit worrying about making shots, missing shots, getting rolls, getting bad rolls, worrying about the score, worrying about just don't even worry about the shots. Just focus on what you can do. All you can do is hit the cue ball in a certain way, certain speed, a certain place, and just focus on that. That's the only thing you have control over. Everything else is external stuff.
Is that why people that smoke weed seem to do so good at the sport?
Maybe. Their brains are turned off. It's actually funny. I don't know if you know this, John, and a lot of good players have done this, is that you could be playing for hours and hours on end, or maybe you've been playing with very little sleep, you know, and you're just coming in almost zombie because you're so tired. And you could play the best pool in your life up to a point. I mean, there's a point where you go to sleep and then you can't do anything. But you're so zombie-ish that you're not thinking about anything. You're just going through what your brain does.
Yeah.
And you can play awesome.
Yeah, I've heard of that before.
Yeah.
Really?
You've never had that? You can't turn your brain off, can you?
I can't turn my brain off. My brain doesn't turn off.
See, my brain turned off so much. It's so easy for me.
Maybe when I'm driving, like when I'm driving down the road, my brain definitely turns off. But
yeah, I think an example of it, actually. I think
playing pool, like it's hard to turn it off.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to learn to just let things go and just trust that you know how to play pool. That part of your brain play pool and let it play pool.
Well, I have ADHD too, so I think that makes it a little bit harder.
Oh,
like,
quit making excuses.
No, I'm diagnosed ADHD.
Oh, I've been diagnosed of whatever. Quit making excuses. All right. Well, Robert's put in an interesting situation.
It's a good safe though.
Once again, I like Robert. I think he's a great player. I think he's Joe's running behind. Joe's behind the score. Right now, I'm rooting on Joe. I want to see a close race.
I want to see a close race too.
I want to see a close race.
I want to see a 24-24.
I want to, if regardless of the score.
Is he going back?
It's not quite.
No jelly roll.
That actually would have been kind of payback earlier. Joe's had a few of those rolls.
Yeah, he has.
So that's the other thing is that. Anyway, we'll get that in a second. But
Roadhouse Bar and Grill. I'm gonna have to check that out.
All right.
It might be closed while I'm there though. Maybe I'll go by there.
Pick out the hours. So like I said, I'll make a road trip out there on Monday. I don't mind. All right, so that was a good stroke. That looks like a frustrated stroke through, but he's got good on the E9. Yeah. Now, here's the question. Watch his body. Does he stay relaxed? Does he make a nice, calm shot? Yes.
That's a good calm shot.
Good, calm shot. That's what I'll say. So I say what I really want to see from Joe, regardless of scores, I want to see him put the effort of coming back. I want to see him relax. And it doesn't matter who wins or loses at this point. If Joe just makes that good comeback, that confidence, then this will be a great match. That being said, I mean, not to pick on Joe or Robert, they both suffer from the same thing. I mean, I've seen where Robert has gotten behind, he's got so frustrated, it just let it go. I'd seen that in any player. Want to see the fight. Win or lose.
I'm okay seeing that one. Some
well, yeah, if you're his opponent and you see him, yeah, that's awesome. That being said, yeah, if you could break your opponent's spirit, there's something wonderful about that.
I went with somebody that we know and played a few people with him, and he played against them and lost. I played against them. And I was just shooting really good, and the guy threw the money on the table and just left. He was like, you played your cards way too early. I'm like, dude, I think I'm just getting lucky. Like, I'm not playing my cards.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's how it goes when you're on the road and you're playing people you don't know. They're always going to assume. Everybody assumes the people they don't know are road players that are laying down and, are just trying to make a big score, which is, let's be honest, that's what a lot of road players are.
Yeah, that is true.
So you can't fault them for thinking that, but some people are just normal pool players that are just, sometimes they catch a gear and sometimes they get the rolls.
That's another thing you'll see out in BCA Vegas, by the way, people, if you go, you see some road players that come in BCA Vegas because they know that they can make a little bit of money there normally.
Yeah,
but if they got a Fargo rate,
well, like I said, it's. I mean, technology and everything else has made it so hard to sneak into a place without anybody knowing you. It can still happen. It still does happen, by the way.
It's hard to be the Cesar Morales.
Well, yeah, but there's still people who, I mean, they make their living. They will absolutely change completely how they look. They'll grow a beard, but they've never had a beard. They'll gain weight. They'll lose weight. They'll dress in a different way. Sometimes they can dress up in a nice suit, come off as a businessman. Next time you see them, they're in coveralls.
You hear about a lot of blackjack players that do that too.
Yeah.
Blackjack players is a huge thing.
Yeah. Now, that's one of the biggest difference though with blackjack players. If you're talking about casinos are have invested a lot of money into facial recognition.
That is true.
Yeah. So that makes it that much harder. Fortunately, pool players are cheap. They're not going to put the money in for facial recognition.
Pool halls, yeah.
But yeah, if you guys work it out, John here will keep me up to date, and I don't mind driving out there.
Yeah, see if we can work something out. That shouldn't take too long.
Yeah. just find a place that's open where we can play. Because I don't work Monday nights, and like I said, I've got a Christmas party to go to, a company Christmas party in the morning, but that's not a big deal.
Actually.
Yeah. So, Joe winning the last game. 5. Robert is looking good on this run out, though. I think he's going to go down and back up.
Maybe.
I think he's got to play one rail to get back up on the.
You could run into the 7.
You can, but I don't know why you'd want to. I think it's better just to pass it and go with top.
I think it depends if you can make it past the 7.
I think, yeah, that's
what I was a little worried about.
Yeah, just not a fan of
it a little too hard.
And I could be wrong from that angle. Maybe there's no avoiding it.
I think like that's what I was kind of worried about. Like maybe there's no way to really avoid hitting it, so I just hit it, but you got to hit it soft. So it just rolls towards the pocket. Come over to Classic Q in Fayetteville. Been there once. It's not a bad play.
Oh, that was an interesting roll.
It was an interesting roll.
All right. So the other thing I was going to say about rolls, it's funny how people think. People typically put more emphasis on things that are negative to their lives versus what's positive in their lives based on the same luck.
Yep.
So, for instance, in poker, you're always to remember those bad beats when somebody draws out that flush on you, who's get runner flush, and you think, "Oh, what a terrible player." But you don't think about the good times when things happen for you.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And it may have happened to you just as much, if not more. Same thing with pool. You get bad rolls, you're going to put more emphasis on you getting bad rolls than the number of times you get to good rolls. And let's be honest. I mean, if you watch earlier, Joe had quite a few good rolls earlier. Yeah.
But I think you told me this. It's like if you think about how many times you've missed. Well, or no, it was Mark Wilson in that video you showed me. That's what it was. He said
it's easy.
You think about how many times you've missed. Yeah, Mark, if you're watching, we appreciate you. But anyways, it's how many times you've missed and multiply what you look at a pro, multiply that by like a million. That's how many times a pro's missed.
Yeah. Well, that's the point of that is more the fact you should never get upset when you miss shots, because pros have missed far more shots than you've ever missed.
Absolutely, yeah.
He actually said something very interesting about, and I was talking to somebody else about this earlier, about being frustrated about yourself of missing and not playing well. He will tell you that when you get frustrated with yourself, just remember you are not good enough. You're not a good enough player to get frustrated with yourself for missing.
Don't you think, though? Here's another.
And by the way, that goes for everybody. I don't care if you're Shane Van Boden. You're not good enough. Your game's not good enough to get upset with yourself when you miss.
Don't you think, though, that sometimes that it's that passion for missing that makes you excel and get better?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I think that's a part of it.
Yeah. And anybody knows me, as far as letting Scotch Solo's partner, if you don't get frustrated at a certain point when things are going poorly, or if you're missing, if you don't get frustrated, I don't want to play with you.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't
really
think about that. You were talking about it.
Yeah. I want to know that I've got a partner who wants to win, who wants to figure out. Now, if it's excessive and you can't control it, or you can't put things in perspective, then I don't want to play with you either. But I don't want to ever play with somebody who's just like, oh, it's just a game. Oh, I missed, no big deal. Oh, whatever. That's somebody who has no desire to improve, to better themselves, to really become a great player. Those people are never going to be great.
Yeah, that is true. You think like some people are pretty hard to read though, right? Like they hold it in pretty good.
Yeah, you can still tell. You can still tell the passion at least in the game.
You think so?
Yeah.
Like by their facial like features or something like that.
I mean, it may be seeing the enjoyment they get from playing well.
What do you think that you look at, like when you're looking at somebody's face, like when they miss a shot? What do you?
I don't think it's a facial thing. I think it's more of a body. It's a full composure thing.
Like they're going.
I mean, they may purse their lips a little bit. They may look out. I mean, usually my tell, it's not frustration a lot of time, but you'll see me look up when I miss, but that's more me analyzing my stroke and figure out why I missed.
Yeah.
But there is still some passion there. I'll admit there's still some, some emotion in there. So.
Do you think it's easier to play for people when they're happy or when they're like in a more angry state?
No. Oh, well.
Oh man, this is gonna be a far jump. Look
Oh
at
my
this.
goodness. Especially for a dart jump. This is a really long jump.
He got it.
He got over it. Got a good hit. It's
That was a far jump.
I'm about to say beyond that, it's chaos.
Yeah.
But it was a little bit of controlled chaos. Yeah, it's hard to say. It depends on the situation, is what I would say. Like, typically, you want somebody who is in a good mood, who's having fun, who's confident. That's when you're going to be playing your best.
Yeah.
And especially for people who are front runners, who's ahead in the score, who have nothing to worry about. There's no pressure on them. That being said, I've been known myself to be really angry for whatever reason, either external or maybe the way I'm playing, that I can be really angry, and that anger will get focused onto my pool game, and I will play fantastic pool.
Okay.
I mean, there's been times that I've played matches. Matter of fact, there was a tournament I played with David Domingo. And not to get into the personal reasons, but if anybody knows me, knows my personal reasons, but I had a lot of anger and a lot of preoccupation, and I played lights out that night.
Really?
Yeah, because I was just doing everything I could to focus that energy into the pool game and just perform well, and I did.
It's like almost like a mental practice or mental relaxation to some degree.
It's hard to say. It's almost, I would say it's almost visceral, or it's almost primal in a way.
Yeah, it makes sense.
You know?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So, not proud of it, but it is what it is.
No, I
but
mean,
that being said, when I've been, some of the best pool I've ever played, I was in a great mood. I get a nice mood. Once again, there's, certain people that I play Scotch doubles with that when that chemistry is going great and we're all, both of us having a lot of fun and we're just having a great time, we're tough to beat. Really tough to beat.
Yeah, for sure.
It's usually when it's the one person's having a good time and the other one's not, or when you don't have that chemistry for some reason, that's when things go not so well.
Yeah, maybe that's what works so good for the two Scotch doubles people that we know.
Oh yeah. So I mean, it's just how
they
it
work
is.
very well together.
Yeah. I mean, if you're picking a Scotch doubles player, it's not always abilities. It's not always even finding somebody close to your speed. It's finding people that you can really get along with.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
All right. Well, once again, Joe is up. I'm sorry, Robert is up 5 games. It's not
up 5 games.
It's only recently that we've been able to say Robert's been up, but Robert has taken a pretty strong lead and he's been holding it now.
Yep, but he was up 6 games.
Well, no,
so now they enclosed just a little bit, but
yeah, but
definitely.
Robert was Joe was making a comeback, and Robert got that game. But now we're looking at ratios.
Yep.
Robert needs 4 games. Joe's needing 9. So now we're like close to a 2-to-1 ratio here. So
I really sometimes though, if I can just clear my mind when I'm playing, that's when I can play my best.
Well, yeah.
Like if I can make it to where I'm not really thinking about where my cue ball needs to go, and I'm not really thinking about where I need to hit a ball, that's when I can play my best.
Mm-hmm.
And I shoot really fast though, is the only thing. Which I know, it almost seems like counterintuitive.
I mean, it depends. It depends on where your brain is when it is learning to play well. I mean, some people just have that fast rhythm. There's quite a few people I can name that when they slow down and they start thinking a little bit, it hurts them.
Really? Yeah, I think I'm one of those people. I definitely think I'm one of those people.
Yeah, I can name quite a few other people who, if they allow themselves to get in the way of themselves, they hurt themselves. I mean, if you are a fast rhythm player and you want to be a slower, methodical player, it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of practice.
Yeah.
You can't just turn a switch and expect it to work.
Well, I think this past year, that was what messed me up on my game so bad, was just slowing down my rhythm and playing like that, because it was hard for my brain to adjust from playing that slow.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's another example of.
Did that hit a piece of chalk or
something? No, it went over the template.
Oh, the template just changed it that much.
Yeah. Once again, it's an elevated piece of cloth on your table. If cue ball hits the side of that, goes slowly. It's like lipping a cup in a game of golf.
Sorry, what were you saying about that though? Well, that was a good save.
That was a nice safe. Yeah, I hate seeing that, but that's one of the dangers of playing with a template. Is you gotta get in the habit of taking it off the table right after the break.
What were you saying about tempo play?
Hmm?
What were you saying about tempo play?
Oh, like I said, to me, I think it's better to learn, play a little bit slower. But if you're a fast player, be a fast player until you work on that. That's about it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Your brain, you got to remember that it's that part of your brain that doesn't do a lot of talking.
Subconscious.
Yeah, that secondary part, or that whatever A side, depending on which way you learn to do it. Intergame tennis is got a great explanation of it. But if it's that part of your brain that
is right. I forgot that was in there.
Yeah, if you deal with a brain that doesn't constantly talk to you about stuff and just does things, let it play pool. It's that part of our brain when you're driving. Actually, when you're driving, your subconscious. If you drive home the same way every day, and suddenly you get home, you don't even remember driving. You don't remember passing any landmarks.
Yep.
You just find yourself. That's the side of the brain. Yeah. That's part of the brain that should be playing pool.
And I think that's something I've been able to start hitting a little bit more lately. Is that part of my brain, which has I think been really good. But it's like when I start like playing in a tournament or start playing in other places, except for money for some reason. When I play for money, it's easier. But when I'm playing in like APA, it's not as easy.
Well, a lot of that's motivation. When the brain doesn't feel like a need to focus, it's not going to do its thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, going back on the idea of that part of your brain that doesn't talk, that's why you have to train your brain to handle shots. It's not that it doesn't know how to play pool already. So you have to put the practice in and train it to do that. Otherwise, if you give it bad information, it's going to come back with bad results.
That is true.
So this game is not easy.
Nobody's ever going to be 100% perfect at it. That's for sure.
And nobody, I'll say this, and this sort of comes from the Mark Wilson idea also, that you don't know how tough this game is. Nobody knows truly how tough this game is.
That's true.
And if you think you do, you're not good at the game.
You think an AI computer will figure it out one day?
It's hard to say because at this point it's organic. So Thomas, let's talk about Saturday, Christmas Eve.
Yeah, Thomas, we'll definitely talk about it.
Thomas
we're not going
to
talk about it right now on the stream, but we'll definitely talk about it.
Other than to say that Thomas is itching to play. So if you want to play badly enough against Thomas, it'll work out. We'll find a way to make it work
scratching his
out.
neck.
I know. It's an itchy thing for Thomas in the pool. By the way, where you are now, Thomas, is there a lot of pool action? How's the pool scene out there? How's the pool culture?
Robert's really started to pull away.
Yeah.
Looks like our camera's being a little bit glitchy for some reason. Unfortunately, sorry about that, guys.
Are there 7-foot diamonds? If you got 7-foot diamonds, that's still acceptable.
No one pocket for you, dude. You're not a one pocket player anyways, though.
Yeah, I think Robert has found his groove. I told you, as soon as Robert pulls ahead in that racehorse, as soon as he gets to that home stretch, takes the lead, he's going to run it. Just came out a little sooner than I was expecting. I thought it would happen.
That camera's been a little funky.
Yeah, I thought it was going to happen when Joe gets to about 1920. And then this is another example of Robert missing, getting a leave. Our some reason the camera where you can see the players is get a little glitchy.
Yeah.
So Robert with a jump.
I don't see a way to like.
Robert's pretty good on these jumps. He's accurate, but he definitely gets things the ball's up and down well. All right, this is a good point of seeing when Joe will take a look at how to handle this 3. Uppercuts it just a hair, but
did that fix it? Looks like that fixed it.
Leaves
nope, did not.
You can see it's catch up. So Robert with a optional safety here. Tap it. Yep. Oh, he went on that side. I would actually go on the other side. I like playing the left side at 3. So it goes to 4. Let the cube come behind the 5, 9. Because you know exactly what the 3 is going to be. Yeah, and once again, the way Joe's shooting, I think you're just seeing a lot of frustration on him now. Robert decides to try to play a little safety. It's a little soft. Doesn't know why I think both of these guys will be playing patty cake for a little bit to figure out how to deal with this 4, and then later on dealing with the 5.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is going to slow down the action a little bit. Yeah, I think we're just going to see a little bit of this for a little bit. So, I mean, yeah, you get pocket. I'm not sure pocket 3 is a great idea right now.
I think you can make it in the side. I think I like making it right now. Actually, 5 is still.
You don't think it'll go on the bottom of the table, or he's going to actually try to go into it?
Nah, I think that drawing it back right here into the 5 is a good idea.
Move the template, but I don't know. I think he was actually trying to break him up. The way he went into it.
That is true. Yeah, I probably would have put chop on it if I was just trying to get that position. Does the 9 go?
I don't think that. I think the 5 goes in the corner if you throw it. You throw it forward, it goes in. The 9. I'm not sure. He hasn't indicated a pocket yet.
Thomas said there's some extremely good players there.
Yeah. Thomas actually gets to see what good players look like.
I think there's some pretty good players.
I think the 5 does go, but you got to throw it a little bit. Yeah.
Safety?
Yeah, it was definitely a safety, but the line of it, you could tell he could have gone.
Yeah, it did look like it was going. I think the camera's messed up.
Yeah, it's good to go. See how it looks.
Yeah, it's glitching out.
Yeah, it's a little. You seem to have buffering issues, but I like to see that angle from him.
Might be time for a camera upgrade for that one.
I don't know if it's camera or just memory. I don't know. Robert plays that a little conservative, a little bit more conservative. I like it. I mean, he's fine though. Nice slow roll. Full pocket speed. Yeah, that's the thing I did like. It was a tighter angle. You don't really. I mean, these tables are known to be forgiving in the corners like that. You can play off the rails, but there's still certain shots you're not going to be able to make on this table.
You can definitely get caught in that shelf. It's not. Yeah. It's a pretty deep shelf.
Yeah, so you can't just assume that every shot's a lazy shot. Joe's got some work to do. Got a little. I mean, here I actually prefer just a stop shot. You can roll it forward. See, like there you got a little lazy and you rolled it forward, but I wouldn't like because you're straight on.
What's your Fargo rate at now, Thomas?
Don't lie, we'll look it up.
Yeah, we can. Like,
I would say Thomas is a little low still. This Fargo's been a little lower than it probably should be.
yeah, they kicked him out of Silver Division.
Oh. Yeah, no, 700 players. Yeah, 700 players plus are really, really fun to watch. I had a few in Arizona. Was out there, met them, and just normal guys that play normal pool, but they are just very consistent, very accurate. Jose has a question about dressing while playing pool. Yes, we prefer you dress. Please wear clothes. Please wear clothes when you come to play on the stream.
Pants and shirt required. Not necessarily like underwear, but I mean, that's up to you.
Maybe a robe if it's a nice looking robe.
Oh, that'd be gangster.
Yeah.
Playing a robe the whole time.
Playing a robe. You know, I kind of agree with you, Jesse. I think it's weird. Yeah, John, I don't think we even discussed dress codes here, have you?
Never even thought about it.
Yeah. It's never been an issue as far as I know.
I don't really think I dress that well. Like, I mean, during the week I dress well, but on the weekends I don't.
I think see, that's a fun discussion to have with you. Is the reason why pool is not given the same credence as a lot of other sports. Bowling seems to have a better standing with a lot of the public than pool, definitely golf. The dress, the presentation of it definitely does make a difference. But I think the problem with pool is that you're still working on old caricatures of pool from like the 40s, 50s, where it's all smoky hustlers, and it's just, you know, I mean, where golf is played by gentlemen, you know, pool is played by the ruffians of society, the low dredge of society.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it still comes from. I think it's getting better now, but it's going to be a while before. I mean, I don't even know if there'll ever be any large corporate sponsors of pool anymore. I mean,
Yeah.
the last time it happened was basically during the 90s with Camel. Camel decided, and Camel is not really the ideal sponsor.
It kind of fits for pool, I think.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Budweiser, I think, fits for pool.
That's the problem.
But I mean, look at NASCAR. I mean, NASCAR has a ton of sponsors like that.
Well, yeah, but they have other sponsors. But that is their, like, pool isn't a bunch of rednecks. They're not a bunch of lowlifes that smoke and drink beer.
Yeah.
You know, that's a caricature of a pool player. So when you're sponsored by a cigarette company, or if you're sponsored by a beer company, then I think that's what just adds on to the public image of pool for people who don't play pool.
Yeah.
Where people eat golf, you're sponsored, well, obviously by golf equipment, but shirts, shoes. I mean,
but there's a lot of people that play golf, and golf is so expensive to play.
Well, yeah. So I think it's just the image of pool that hurts us.
Oh, real. Get Mulligan.
Now I won't say, this is where I will disagree with Jimmy a little bit, to say the dress code has nothing to do with it. I don't think that's true. I think people could present themselves better. Because once again, you look at golf players, they're wearing collared shirts. They're wearing nice khakis usually.
Well, except for the most popular player. I mean, you can see wears collared shirts. John Daly.
Shaggy, we don't talk about the monocle. Shaggy, we do not talk about the monocle. But
let's talk about monocles. You guys like monocles?
I'm sad that you didn't bring up the cummerbund. I spent a lot of money on that cummerbund the first time I played you. I think obviously you don't have to be pretentious with your dress, but I do think that you should. I think there should be an image that you put on. That being said, I'm the worst person to make that comment because I don't care how I dress. But if you go to a tournament, yeah, I think you should, especially one that's going to be accessible to the general public. You should dress nice. show that you have respect for the game, for the audience, for yourself. I agree with Justin. I do think that the amount of money that people spend on cues and everything else, put a little bit into the clothes. Like I said, I'm not the best advocate of it for obvious reasons, but I don't feel like
I think pool's hurting for other reasons, though.
No,
other
I
than
agree.
Dress code.
It's more than that.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more than that. I think dress code is honestly probably much lower on the list than several other things.
Yeah, I agree. But every little thing for the public image makes a difference.
Yeah, every little thing does. But I mean, if pool had a public image right now, I don't think the pool really has a public image right now, other than being at bars and being at pool halls.
Thanks, Frank. So all you golf people out there who really know golf, could you imagine if everybody showed up to play golf tournaments like John Daly in the same state? Do you think golf would have the reputation that it does?
No.
I mean, so there you go.
Dude still smokes like 2 packs of cigarettes while he's on the course.
Yeah, he's drunk as hell. He's, I mean, he is what sort of people think of pool, all pool players.
Yeah, that is true. But you gotta admit, there's some pretty like eccentric people when it comes to pool.
I have to admit, Jose, I've never played in flip-flops.
You've never played in flip-flops?
Never played pool flip-flops.
Hey, Nisi.
Nisi showed up. Now that we've got clothing as a topic of discussion on the stream, Nisi shows up. All right, well, back to the match, in case you guys haven't been keeping up. Robert is 2 games away from winning this. So Joe is going to have to catch a gear. He needs 8 games.
I think if they had bigger events for pool, like events here in Atlanta and stuff like that, I think that would help the sport, at least here in this state a lot, at least slowly build up to like corporate sponsorships and things.
Yeah.
Because in Oregon, they actually have 2 really big events for APA a year and 2 really big events for BCA a year at a casino that they have there on the coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it works really good. Yeah, being drunk is sometimes a requirement. And Nisi said heels are the worst. So no heels. Heels are out for pool unless maybe you're genetically.
I don't know. I've seen Shaggy play pretty good matches in heels. So maybe. You just have to practice, maybe. Albert is looking to get on the hill here. All right, Thomas. Good talking to you.
Later, Thomas. Have a good night.
See you when you get back in town.
Strong calves.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, who's not drunk?
I ran out of alcohol.
Honestly, if you guys want to bring pool back into the spotlight of the mainstream, there's only one tried and true method of doing that. Seriously, there's only one thing that's ever really brought pool back into the mainstream.
That was a cool shot. Oh, I did go.
Well, other than the fact that it's cool for Joe. Yeah, Robert just concedes. So what's
the tried and true thing?
What's the tried and true thing?
I'm asking you. What is it?
I'm trying to figure out if you can tell.
I have no idea.
You guys in chat, what's the one thing that is the tried and true method of getting pool popular in the mainstream?
Putting it on TikTok.
TikTok hasn't existed. What do you guys think? You guys start saying now?
A lot of money into it. Big
What do you guys
events.
think?
Big events that like pay out like
Nope.
$1 million.
It's not a big event. It's not the booty. Come on, guys.
I actually agree with Nisi. If there was more women playing in bikinis,
See, and I
would
think
get a
that's the
lot of
problem.
attention.
If you're younger, you won't see the pattern. If you're older, you see the pattern. What kind of entertainment? specific kind of entertainment.
But that's the thing. Like you're gearing it. You want to gear it towards younger people. You don't want to gear it towards older people.
Exactly. Well, no, you want to gear it to as many people as you can.
Yes, that is true.
And the biggest thing that has made pool popular over the years, that's increased its popularity, is nobody.
APA?
No, movies.
Oh, yeah.
Movies are the single thing that has increased the popularity. If you look at the timeline of popularity of pool, there was a huge influx when Hustler came out. There was a huge thing. Actually, I think Color Money did more for pool than anything else.
So that's a good question, though. Do you think that the Hustler and the Color of Money helped pool or hurt pool?
Oh, no, it helped.
Though? Okay.
No, because especially Color Money, because you're seeing Tom Cruise act like an idiot. Yeah, movies was good. Yeah, should have said something. Tom Cruise, the way he acted, that arrogance, that cockiness, that, people, especially kids love that. And they got into it. They saw the excitement of pool. Then you have, obviously, the next generation after that was Pool Hall Junkies, which you linked in your Facebook earlier.
Which was not as popular.
No, was not as good. I mean, I hate to say it, but, you got Martin Scorsese doing Color of Money. You got The Hustler with wonderful cast.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest actor in Pool Hall Junkies was just like a side character, unfortunately.
Well,
you did have people like Mike Massey in there, which is kind of cool.
Well, you had cameos, sure.
Yeah, you had some cameos.
Even Forrest Whitaker's character was awesome. Are you hustling me? But I mean, Pool Hall Junkies was not as good. I mean, I don't think Color Money was as good as Hustler. But at the same time, that's what you need. You need something to bring the mainstream in.
I still think it's social media stuff. I think that pool is terrible with social media.
I agree.
And I think that it really takes a lot of social media things to get people into pool.
Well,
and that includes Instagram and TikTok and things like that.
And Nancy makes a point, even though I don't know she's being serious. TikToks are baby movies, but TikToks are the movies. People don't go to movies anymore.
Well, yeah, that is true.
But you need a good movie with a good story, good characters, people that you can relate to. I mean, you still need that hero's journey. So I don't think TikTok is going to get you all of that.
But I don't think as many people watch movies anymore as they used to.
Well, no.
Yeah, I think they would rather scroll on their phone for 2 hours than watch a full movie.
Yeah, I mean, you can get mindless little. I mean, you're basically, let's be honest. Instead of eating a good full meal that is complete, you're eating little snacks here and there.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying that that's the reality of it.
Right, but that's the point I'm making about making pool more popular. I just don't see TikTok getting the job done the same way.
I don't think it's as as entertaining as a lot of things you're going to see on TikTok, and I think that kind of hurts it when it comes to TikToks.
Yeah,
but really, how do you make it entertaining?
I don't know. I mean, how do you put a novel in Twitter? You can't.
Somebody has actually.
Wow.
So they did it. What is it, like one paragraph at a time?
Right. Yeah, but that's. I mean, at that point, you have to have the retention. You have to have I mean, this gets into a much bigger topic of just getting people to have the attention span to be able to last through stuff nowadays.
I mean, even if you think about like bodybuilding, though, bodybuilding is a really boring sport, but it's more popular than pool. And there's a lot more money into it. But I mean, the biggest thing about bodybuilding, though, is there's a huge social media presence for bodybuilding that makes it popular.
I mean, if you talk about stuff like that, I mean, the fact is that you don't see pool on ESPN anymore. At least I don't see it. But you do see cornhole.
Yes.
Now, what's the nuance of cornhole?
Everybody can play it.
Well, no, I mean, as far as playing the game, what's the nuance activities? I mean, you can hit the guy's bag and get him out of the way. You can sort of put him in a certain spot, but you don't have the intricate, the complexity that pool brings.
Oh, no, not even close. Not even close.
But that's what's on ESPN. Pool, not on ESPN.
Right, but I think, like cornhole has its own ups and downs for sure. But I think the up is that, anybody can play it. Grandma can play it.
Oh, yeah.
You can easily throw 2 boards outside of your bar and You don't have to get somebody to come in and do your felt and live at your table.
You may have to replace a bag.
Yeah, you might have to replace a bag.
That's about it.
Maybe some drunk guy's gonna steal a bag. But I do think it's definitely like a hard conversation, though.
Yeah, I mean it's a tough one to figure out. Unfortunately, it's out of my pay range. I mean, I don't know how to make it better than it is. I mean, honestly, right now, one of the best ways of doing it is what's going on right now. It's putting streams out of people playing pool.
Yep. Now, what do you think about Emily Frazier and the way that Matchroom has kind of done a lot of their stuff?
Honestly, I'm not on Matchroom, so I don't really see a lot of their evolution of what's happening. So I'm not the one to get into that. People in chat might be much more knowledgeable than me.
Good hit. I think Matchroom really is probably the biggest one out there right now.
Oh, I think they're definitely one of the biggest streamers. I mean, they're putting on some of the best events.
Yeah. Hey, if this stream gets big enough, though, I promise you we'll start putting on big events in Atlanta.
Well, we will. But I would also hope that you would have lower, medium-ranked players, because to me, like matches like today, now Robert has run away with this a lot more. Joe is fighting back, which I love seeing, by the way. Joe is absolutely fighting back. This is awesome. But, this is, to me, the ideal hero's journey. These are normal people. There's nothing special about either of these players.
Oh, yeah.
They put a lot of time in the pool game. They play well. You can tell that. It's not like they're off the street. But these people aren't anything that anybody else who's learning how to play could be.
Yeah.
Anybody learning pool can be just as good as these guys.
Definitely.
Yep. So that's what I love about these streams is that as people start watching and they're like, hey, these are people that miss. These are people that miss shots that I miss.
Yeah.
And they're playing better than me. Maybe I can
hit that. Yep.
Yeah, and maybe I can play better than these. Maybe you can look at these guys and say, oh, these guys are terrible.
I mean, like I'm totally down there to rent out like a conference room downtown or something like that. Put a bunch of pool tables in there, and get everything set up, get entry fees and everything like that set up. I'm totally down for that. Like we just have to get to the point where we can do stuff like that. Is the reality of it.
Yeah.
But we're not going to be able to get to do stuff like that unless we get enough likes and shares and follows. I mean, it's really like just fighting social media. You're fighting social media. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot more entertaining things than watching my red beard on here talking to people every time.
And my drunk bald head. It is interesting now I think about it. It would be interesting to see where pool goes, where the social media goes with this.
I think that a lot of the pros really have to focus more on social media than what they do. I think that
would definitely help. Yeah. But that being said, there's still plenty of people who are on social media who are doing great lessons, great advice, being very entertaining on different social medias. Niels Fine comes to mind as somebody who is trying to promote the game, help educate the game, and do it in such an entertaining way.
But I don't even think like the pros really have to get on there and promote by like saying, this is my training regimen, that's what I'm doing. Like, I think they just gotta get on there and say like, hey guys, what's up?
Yeah.
Say hi to everybody from Las Vegas or wherever they're at.
Right. But I mean,
that's it.
Yeah. You still have to get beyond the personality of it and get into the game.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, there has to be some of those things on there, but like I don't think pool has enough money to. We were actually talking about this earlier today. Pool doesn't really have enough money for professional pool players to really buy like social media managers and things like that.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's very old school.
The EC, EC, you're very old school. When I think of the EC, I think old school.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
That was a lapse in concentration, focus. Maybe he's listening to us on stream instead of play pool.
Maybe. They still have his headphones in?
I don't know. I just I really wonder where things go, though.
I don't know. It'd be sad if it disappears though, because it's a really great sport.
It'll never disappear. I don't see it.
I've seen bars and places take all their pool tables out of places because they don't utilize them enough. It just
No, I agree. No, I mean the popularity has gone down. You can always blame video games and things like that. It's definitely easier to sit on your couch and be really good and make money playing a controller than actually learn how to do this.
Yeah, what that makes sense though, there's a lot of gambling that goes on in it too. So, even when I played like video games though, I would gamble in video games. There's websites you can go to, set up matches and gamble off.
But that's my point, is that
now most mothers across America probably don't know that, but
it's an interesting observation, Jimmy. I'm curious if you have somebody in mind on who does that. There's quite a few people. Like I know Neil's fine goes a little long. He likes to do some acting. Like they'll say, "Does this ever happen to you?" And he sets up a shop, and he obviously misses on purpose, and he makes it look good. Oh man, he does a little acting, but it's great fun. But,
can we clip that? Can we clip Michael's face right now, please?
I mean, it still has to be engaging. It's got to be relatable. So I think it's funny. I've watched videos of people giving instructions. They're very low level, basic instructions, or at least they try to make it exciting, like it's something big. Like, oh, this is a shot that amateurs shoot. This is what pros shoot. This is what different people. If you play pool, if you're a pool player, these things are mundane. These are basic, simple. It's like, why do people like, but it's the people who don't play pool might be looking and it's like, oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. Well,
So
why do you
if it
think
gets them
somebody like
exciting-
Wally Williams was so popular though while he was around?
Oh, that's a nice.
Like he had the social media part down.
Yeah.
And now he has another social media that he does. He stopped doing pool. He went towards climate change. He runs a stream now called Climate Town.
All right, folks.
Anybody is interested
Folks, stay out of politics. Just enjoy what you're doing. I'm sorry.
Now he went into it all the way.
I know. Don't do that.
I think his stream for Climate Town now has more subscribers than his
I'm sure
pool
it
one did.
does. I'm absolutely sure it does. Sell out. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Do what you want to do.
Well, I think
we're playing.
I think COVID ruined his channel.
Oh, I like that shot. I would like to see more aggressive though, and go into the 7 ball, separate the 7 from the 9, and that would be a fantastic safety.
Yeah, that is true.
That would have been a really great safety if you could actually separate the 9 from the 7 on that shot while still trying to get the ball in.
He would have locked it up too.
Oh yeah. What a shot.
That was a shot.
A fantastic jump shot.
Now, how do you break this out and get
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the 2 ball doesn't pay you. Or the 3 ball doesn't pay you. It's just he got out of it, but
I think he's gonna try to break it right here.
No.
Oh,
no, he's going around it. Which I don't like breaking up because that 3 ball's in such a weird spot. Or the 5 ball rather. Oh, drink. The 5 ball's in such a weird spot.
Sergeant, for example, and Lee Brett. Oh, the drill sergeant.
Yeah, it's funny because drill sergeant I met in can't remember if it was Florida or Atlanta when he came into town for some national thing, and yeah, he definitely seemed more about his persona than pool. Oh, that's a tough break for Robert. That being said, you know what? Here's what I would say. If anybody's trying to popularize the sport of pool, I try not to give them too much grief, unless they're just a jerk.
That is true.
And if they have a passion for the game and they're trying to do, then, but yeah, I agree. I'm Sergeant. I'm not sure. Lee Brett, I don't know, so I can't say anything about Lee Brett. But
yeah, I've never seen Lee Brett before. That's gonna hurt.
I agree. I agree with Shane. If Joe puts the hammer down, Joe's catching up. Robert's falling. It's been falling off a little bit. If Joe could just put the hammer down, I think you might see Robert act up a little bit.
Yeah. He gave him a 3-ball out.
But unfortunately, he did sell a 3-ball out for a pretty basic run. So, all right, Joe's got himself up to 20, but Joe's gonna have to put the hammer down now. There's no doubt about it. There's no.
Robert's on the hill.
Yeah. It's interesting. For you guys who aren't here, obviously a lot of you guys aren't here watching. The players occasionally will get on their phones and see what the chat is saying about them. So,
yeah, I've seen them doing that before.
Oh yeah, they want to know if they got a fan club, stuff like that. So neither player seems to be doing that here today, but it is interesting how a lot of players will do that, or at least during the break they'll go through all the chat and see what's being said. So
we're gonna pop this one back up. The other one, the camera's just having some issues for some reason.
Yeah, it's a little laggy.
Not really sure what's going on with it. We'll have to inspect it after this.
Well, looks like we got a bit of a weird break.
That was weird. Went all the way down.
Yeah, in the corner went down. All right, so, and here I am looking at the run out, seeing how easy this run out is for Robert to do a break run. How many break runs we had?
We had 0.
0 break runs. So once again,
might have had 1.
I don't. If we have, I don't remember.
Yeah,
unless Robert did one that I wasn't paying attention to. I don't think so. So once again, guys, you know, these are good players. It's a good type match, but we'd love to see more players like this. I love this level of play. You know, people make mistakes, people hurt, but they have the capacity of running out. There's just something going on that might prevent them. Little overcut shot. He's jacked up, reaching, stretching. All right, so at this point,
looks like the hardest thing here is getting from the 3 to the 5.
Yeah, and even then, that's depending on how you shoot this 2-ball. I mean, you can get up table and just leave yourself a nice angle to get back down. Okay, so he decided, he tried to, I think, try to get straight on so he could draw it straight back. But he's got an angle, so he's going to hit this ball a little bit top. Oh, no, he does draw it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that draw at that point.
Kind of power drew it, though. I don't think it came back as straight as he was wanting.
He kind of tries to force it more than he needed to. I believe the 3 clears the 8, though. No, he went for a safety.
That's a 5. I think you have to take a shot.
5 shot. Fortunately, this race is getting close to being over, so. All right, so.
Normally I bring a bottle of water over here with me. I forgot to today.
By the way, guys, if you guys want to say anything on stream, we are approaching the end of the stream here. So if you guys have any last things to say, if you want to do any shout outs to anybody.
Anybody you want to call out? Anybody you want to call?
Yeah, if you want to say, hey, so-and-so, let's do road player when he comes up. You got action. You got action.
And I think we got some other things that are probably going to be coming up pretty soon besides just the live stream. So keep an eye out for those.
Jim in the chat.
What's up, Jim? Welcome at the end.
All right.
Going for the 9.
For the set, we call 9 in the corner. And he's taking his time, and he fires that ball in.
Got them both.
And that is going to take care of the set. Joe is breaking down. Robert gives his congratulations. By the way, guys, we also love good sportsmanship.
Yeah, they just shook hands.
Shook hands.
I do have to say, though, this was a really close match up until about a little over halfway.
Yeah,
So
no, it was still a good match. Joe, I think Joe did fight back.
Yeah.
He was trying to fight back and make it a good match. So, yeah.
Yeah, and these races aren't no joke. I mean, we're hitting the 4.5 hour mark right now, so they're very long. They take definitely some time to take to, you know. So. And
by the way, just to reiterate our sponsor, Solado, which we truly appreciate. Truly appreciate Solado for help sponsoring this.
Yep.
This is a 45 robustness added to their current 45 games.
45 games.
So once again, if you guys want to improve your Fargo, at least improve your robustness, this is an awesome way of doing it.
Yeah, that is definitely true. So we're gonna say goodbye to everybody. Hope you guys have a good one. We're gonna play the Solado commercial one last time, and then we're gonna hop out. So thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it. We appreciate all you guys. And if you do want to donate to the channel, just drop a comment. We'll give you the Cash App. For some reason, we can't get our stars to work. It's a whole issue with Facebook. We have enough people following. We meet all the criteria. It's some just going on weird in the background, but I've contacted them. Can't fix it. But till next time, guys. Thank you. Bye.
Cheers.
It's time to let your friends know you play for real. Solado is now awarding monthly cash and prizes to players around the world. All you need to do is download the app with your friends and start battling. Playing pool has never been more fun. Add real pressure to your everyday play with Solado. Any matches played, 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball will count toward your monthly ranking. And if you want, you can even choose to submit your match results to Fargo Rate. Want to fill in the gaps between leagues and tournaments and make it count for something? Solado has your back. Pool deserves more people like you. You deserve more pool in your life. Download Solado now and begin the next chapter in your ability.